Today, I am excited to introduce you to Zero to Hero, an innovative waste management and community engagement platform. This is the homepage for Zero to Hero Waste Management. When we scroll down, we have our impact section here, which displays all the waste collected on the platform, number of reports that has been submitted, total tokens earned on the platform, and the total amount of CO2 offset. A user can sign up by clicking on this login button. Using Web3 Auth, we have this modal that shows all the social media icons we can use to sign up for this application. Upon signing up, we have the user profile over here. So you have the name, the profile settings, and the sign out button. So to report a waste, a user have to click on this link here, report waste, and upload an image of the waste that they want to report. So I have a waste that I would like to upload. This is the waste, and the user clicks on verify waste, and the Gemini AI is going to identify the waste type, estimate an amount, and populate it inside this input field. So click on verify waste, and we have a verification successful here. So the Gemini AI was able to determine or detect that we have a plastic, paper, glass, metal, and organic matters in this waste, estimating the amount as well. So we enter the location at where we found this waste. So a location could be something like Peru. And the Google auto suggestion gives us a list of all the street names and location that we can select from. When I click on this, I will be able to submit a report. Upon submitting a report, I will earn a token of 10 points. So we have the report submitted and the point has been earned. So over here we have the recent report that shows all the recent waste that has been reported on the platform. So when I click on this bell icon, I see the notification that I've earned 10 points for reporting the waste. So all these are being stored in the database. A user can collect the waste after it has been reported. When I click on collect waste, it shows me a list of all waste that has been reported on the platform, and those with a verified status indicate that they have been collected by another user. And when I scroll down, I can see the recent waste that are reported. So a user can start collecting this waste. So by default, we have the state to be pending, and once the user click on start collecting, the status change to in progress. And only the user who started the collection can complete and verify. So the logic for verifying a waste is very simple. We assume that if a user indeed collected the waste, they should have an image of it before submitting and verifying it on our platform. So the user is supposed to take an image of the waste before they verify it. So the image is supposed to be the same as the one reported. So I'll upload the same image and click on verify collection. So the Gemini AI is going to check the waste type in this image and compare it to the one that was reported. And if there is a match, you'll be able to earn a point for collecting this waste. So verify, and there is a match here which says the quantity match is yes, the waste type is yes, and the confidence score is 80%. So user is going to gain a point from that. And I'll click on the close modal. So the reward section shows all the rewards that has been earned by the user. So the first reward was from reporting the waste, which we had 10, and we had 56 points from collecting a waste. And the total of these two amount to 66 points. That's what we have in the reward balance here. And it also shows over here as well, 66.00. And finally, we have the leaderboard section, which shows a list of all the top performers. Since I am the only one in this system, it shows only my name and the points that I have in the system. For this project, we are going to use shardcn. So I'll head back to Google and search for shardcn Next.js setup and click on this link over here. It's a library for React or Next.js that you can install components with just a command line. So for example, I want to add a button to my project, I don't have to copy and paste code manually. I can just do that with a command line. So copy this and paste it in my terminal, and I'll get a button out of the box. So this is one of the examples. You can add a drop down, you can add a select, and so many other components. So to set up this with Next.js, we can copy this command here, which says nps shadcn at latest init. I'll copy npm, move back to my code editor, and fire my terminal. So once I fire my terminal, I can paste the command and hit on enter. So you're going to be asked a couple of questions, and the answer is going to be yes for most of it. So I'll just type Y for yes. And the preferred name for this project, I will type dot, indicating that I want to install everything in the name of the folder that I just created. So this is going to take some few minutes to set up, and we wait for a while for everything to get done. Alright, so we are being asked which style would we like to use. So I'll just go for New York. Everything can be customized, so it doesn't really matter at this point. So neutral, and would you like to use CSS variable for theming? Yes, and yeah, I think that will be it. So everything is going to get installed for us. So we have a successful project initialization. So I'll split my terminal here, and we are going to run npm run dev. So this is going to fire up the development URL for us. So this is running on localhost port 3000. So move back to my browser and enter localhost port 3000. So we get the vanilla setup for Next.js. All these are boilerplate code. We are going to get rid of them and turn them into what we really want in this project. So I'm going to fire up the completed project on the other side, so that we'll be able to compare side by side on our progress or the goal towards the finished product. So I'm just going to open localhost port 3001, and this contains the complete project. Right, so let's minimize it a little bit. All right. So this is the complete project. So we can compare our progress. Next, we are going to set up our database. And for this project, we are going to use Drizzle ORM. So this is one of the databases that I like to use in my application. So Drizzle is a lightweight and user-friendly tool that helps developers interact with databases in a more intuitive way. So here are some few breakdown on what Drizzle ORM does and why it is useful. So the first one has to do with its simplification in database interactions. So instead of writing complex SQL queries, Drizzle ORM allows us to use JavaScript and Typescript code to interact with our database. So why is this important? So this makes it easier to read, write, and maintain our database operations, right? And also, we have a type safe, so we can write this in Typescript. So providing a strong typing, which means we can catch potential errors, and so this can be really helpful and handy in preventing bugs, and also makes our code more readable. And the final thing has to do with its ability to help you define your database structure. So you can structure them in tables, columns, and relationships. So using TypeScript, we can do this, and so this serves as both documentation and a blueprint of our database. So these are some of the few of many reasons why Drizzle ORM is going to be perfect for this project. So to install Drizzle, we are going to copy these commands and paste them in our terminal. Copy this. The link to this page is going to be shared in the description. So move back and paste it over here. So we have Drizzle ORM installed. It's left with the Drizzle kit. So let's wait for that to install, and we have that installed as well. So for this project, we are going to have 5 schemas. So we are going to have the user schemas, and we are going to have the report schemas. We are going to have the reward schemas, reward schema. We are going to have collection or collected waste schema. And finally, we are going to have notification. So all these are going to be the schemas for this project. So the user schema is going to be responsible for storing the information of a user, including the user email, the name, and the creation date. So we have that. And we also have the report schema that is going to contain the waste reported by users. So including the location, the waste type, and the status. And we are going to have the reward schema responsible for tracking the user rewards, points, and levels. We have the collected waste schema, which is going to be the schema to record the information about collected waste, link the reports and collectors. So you're going to have a relationship here. So you're going to link the reports and also the users. Okay, and the users. And finally, we have notification. So we are going to use this to store the users' notifications, right? So all these schemas are going to allow us to efficiently store and retrieve data from our waste management application, tracking the user's activities, waste report, and reward systems. So I'll move back to the code, and we start defining our schemas. So to define our schemas, we are going to create a new folder inside the root directory of this project. The folder name is going to be utils to hold the utility functions for the entire project. Get rid of this / right, utils. And inside the utils, we are going to create a database folder that is going to handle the database interactions and all that. So we are going to create these files, actions.typescript, dbconfig.tsx. Let's have that to be JSX. And finally, we save and create the schema.typescript. So this is where we are going to define all of our schemas. So before we start defining our user tables and reports and all the other collections, we have to import the necessary types and functions from Drizzle ORM. So we are going to import integer and variable character, PG table, serial, text, timestamp, JSON B, and Boolean, all from Drizzle ORM /PG core. So you're going to import all these. All right, so we have that imported. The schemas are going to be the user table, the report table. I've already explained all that here. So let's start with the user table. So we are going to export users. And to create a table, we use the pg table function, the one we imported over here, which accepts two parameters. So the first parameter is going to be the collection name, which is going to be users. And the second parameter is going to be the object to define the fields of that said table or collection. So we are going to have an ID, which is going to be an auto-incrementing primary key. So the ID is going to be a serial. We give it a name of ID, and we want this to be a primary key. So we have that. And we have the email field, which is going to store the email of the user. So that is going to be a variable character. And we specify the name, email, and we specify the length of characters that we want this field to have. So email 255, which I think is a lot, but maybe we can reduce it to something like 100 or 120. And we don't want this field to be null. So it's a required field. We specify the not null function to this field. And we want the email to be unique, because it's going to be a disaster if we have two different emails, two same emails in our database. It's going to make fetching a user very difficult. And the third field is going to be the name, which we are going to have a variable character and specify the name field. We have the length to be 255, and this is going to be not null as well. And finally, we have the created at field, which is just going to be the timestamp for the user creation. So we have the timestamp function, this one here, and we provide a name, created at, and this is going to be default now and not null as well. So we are done defining the user schema. Next on the list is the report. So we follow the same pattern and procedure for defining the user. So you're going to export constant report, and we have the pg table function to define our table, and the name is going to be report. We specify the object of the fields. So the report is going to have an ID, and it's going to be a serial ID and a primary key. So we have that, and we are going to have a user ID. So why do we need a user ID inside the report table? We need that because we want to know which user reported a report so that we can give a reward to that user. So we create an integer function, and integer, we specify the user underscore ID, and we want to reference from the user ID. So this is supposed to be lower caps. So we have dot reference, which is a function, and we want to reference the users.id. So we call this object here users and access the ID property on that object. So we are referencing. So this is a relationship. So we just that we created our first relationship. And the third field is going to be location. So we have the location, and this is going to be a test field. So we have test, specify the name to be location, and this is going to be a not now. And the fourth field is going to be waste type. We have variable character, and the name is going to be waste type. The length is going to be 255, and this is supposed to be not now. So we have that, and the amount is supposed to be an integer. So the amount is the amount of waste that has been reported. So we have that to be an integer. So we have integer. Let's make this a variable character. And I will tell you the reason why we are doing it this way. So we have the amount to be a variable character and not now. And we are going to have the image URL. So once a user reports a waste, we have to store the image of the reported waste. And that is going to be a test. So we have test image URL. And we are going to have verification result. So back in the demo, we realized that the AI verifies any waste. So a picture will be sent to the AI. It's going to analyze everything and send us a JSON and sends us a JSON object. So this JSON object contains the waste type, the confidence level, and the other parameters that we specify the AI to do. So we want to store the results in the database as well. That is a JSON object, so we have JSON B to handle that type, and it's going to be verification result. And next is going to be the status of the report. So we have status of the report is going to be a variable character. We have status, the length is 255, not now. And we want the default status to be pending. So default status pending. And finally, we have the created at, which is going to be the timestamp of the report or the report creation, the timestamp for the report creation. So we have timestamp created at dot default now, not now. And we are going to save the collector ID, which is going to be an optional field. So the collector ID is more of like the user ID. So let's have that collector ID, and that is going to be an integer, and we specify the name collector ID, and we are going to reference from the users.id, this object we created over here. So we have our users schema created, we have our report schema created, and next we are going to create the reward table or the reward schema. So for that, we follow the same pattern as usual. We have rewards and PG table. We specify the name rewards and followed by the object that is going to contain all the fields for the table. We have our ID to be a primary key, and we are going to have a user ID because we want to, store the user ID or have a reference to the user whom the reward belongs to. So we have integer, and that's going to be a user ID. We are referencing from the users.id. So we have that here. And then we have points. So the points are going to be the reward. So the points could be 10, it could be 20, or any amount that a user gets from reporting a waste and also collecting a waste, as we saw in the demo section. So that's going to be for the point, and it's going to be an integer named point, not null, and the default is going to be 0. And we have created at the timestamp for the reward creation. We have that here. So we have the update at the timestamp for the last update for the rewards. So we have update at, updated at, and this is also going to be a timestamp very similar to created at. And we have this field is available, which is a boolean, which is going to be a boolean field that is going to tell us whether the reward is available or not. So we have boolean is available, not null, and the default is going to be true. And next we have description. So we have description, which is going to be a text with a description. We have the name of the reward, which is going to be a variable character with a name and a length of 255. And we want this to be a not null field. So we have that. And finally, we have the collection info. So the collection info is going to be the information on how to collect the reward. So we have that as a text, and we pass in collection underscore info, the name of the field, and we want this field to be a not null. We give that a save. So now we have our users schema created, we have our report schema created, and we have our reward schema created. So next we are going to have the schema for collected waste, and we want that to be PG table collected waste. So this is going to have an ID as usual, and it's going to be a serial ID dot primary key. So we are going to have the report ID, which is going to be the foreign key for the report table, right? And we are going to have a collector ID, which is also going to be a foreign key to the users table. Okay, so we want to store the collector ID so that we can give a reward to that user. So we have report ID. That is an integer with report name, and we are going to reference from the report. So this collection here, we have that, and we have the collector ID, and that is going to be an integer and reference to the user collection or user table. So we have integer and reference to the user table. And we have the collection date, the date that a user collected the waste. So we have that. And that's going to have a timestamp of collected date and not now. And finally, we have status, which is going to update the status of the report to collected after everything is done. So the status is going to be a variable character with a name status, a length of 255, not null, and default is going to be collected. So we change the pending to collected. So we save that and we create a notification table. So I said we are going to have 5 schemas, but it's going to be 6 because we have to create a transaction table. When we check the complete project, we can see when we click on the reward section. So let me log in. So So we have recent transaction here. So all these are being stored in a database, right? So you have to create a schema for that to store all the transactions. So let's create the notification table and then we create the transaction table. So we are going to export constant notification, which is going to be PG table, and we have the name notifications. We are going to have an ID, which is going to be a serial ID primary key. We want to store the user ID. So we have user ID, and the user ID is going to be an integer, and we are going to reference from the users table. Okay. We have that, and the message. So the actual message of the notification. So for example, when we check this, so we don't have any notifications here. So it could be like you've earned 10 points from reporting a waste, or you've earned 20 points from collecting a waste. So the actual message itself. So that's going to be a text, and we have a message, not now. So you're going to have a type of notification. So type. So we have the type here. The type is going to determine the type of the notification. So being it the user reporting a waste to get 10 points, or the user actually collecting a waste to, get a reward of any amount of points, like 20 or 30. So we have a variable character going to be type, and the length for this is going to be 50. So let's make this 50 and not now. And we have is read. So this is going to be a boolean to check whether the user has clicked on the notification or not. So we have boolean is read, which is going to be not null and default false. And finally, we have the created at, which is going to be the timestamp for the time this notification was created. And finally, we are going to create the transaction table. So export constant, we have the transactions, which is going to be PG table. And we are going to specify the name, transactions. The second parameter is going to be an object. So we have the ID as usual. We have the user ID. We are going to have the user ID. So user ID, an integer, and a reference to the user collection. And we have a type of transaction. So this is going to be whether the transaction is an earned or redeemed transaction. Okay. So when we check here, we have redeem and earned transaction. So if it's a redeem, it is a redeem, we want to have a different styles, and for an earned, point, we want to have a different style. So that's the main uses of that type field here. That's going to be a variable character of type with length 20 and not now. So length of 20 and not now. And we have the amount, which is going to be the amount of points involved in this transaction. So we have an integer and amount, not now. Last but one is going to be the description field, which is going to be a text, and we don't want that to be null. So we have a not null. So the description is going to be the description of the transaction, and we have the date, which is going to be the timestamp of the transaction. So we have that, and I'll give this a save. So we are done creating all the schemas. So we have the user schemas, reports, reward, collected waste, notification, transactions, and everything that we need from the schemas has been created. So next, we are going to create the database configuration file and push this to Drizzle so that we can start writing the front end code. So before we create the dbconfig file, let's add s to this collected waste. Everything here is supposed to be plural. So we have collected waste, notifications, transactions, rewards, reports, and users. So I think we are good to go. Let's save this and move back to dbconfig. So the Drizzle ORM, as I mentioned earlier on, it's helped us, create functions to interact with databases. So what is left now is to create the actual database that is going to help us interact using the functions from Drizzle. So the database we are going to use for this is Neon database. So I'll move back to my browser and search for Neon. So once the console is opened, it's going to ask you to, create an account, right? Create an account and you have to sign up first. You sign up and you'll be able to create your project. And once you're done creating the project, you'll be able to create a database which we are going to use for the connection. So on the home page or on the dashboard page, when we scroll down a little bit, we have the connection details. So the database can be found here. When I click on this drop down, I have the ability to create a new database. So I'll click on create new database. If this is your first time setting up, the approach might be different. You might create your database right before being ushered to this dashboard. So I'll click on create new database and I'm going to give my name of 020. So Neon is a Postgres database interface that allows developers to, interact with it using functions. So once I have a connection string, I'll be able to push all the schemas that I wrote in Drizzle into the Neon database and push data as well. So I can copy this connection string here, show password and copy the connection string, move back to the dbconfig and paste it here. So I'll comment this for now and use it later on in this file. So before we can use the Neon database or dashboard, we have to install this package. So I'll search for Neon database serverless. And this is the package that we are going to use. So I'll copy this, paste it in my terminal, and get that installed. So we have that installed. So I'll just move ahead and import Neon from Neon database serverless. And I'm going to import Drizzle. Drizzle from Drizzle ORM /Neon HTTP. And we are going to import all of our schemas from the schema file, this file here. So we have that imported and we are going to create a constant. So this is going to create an SQL connection to our Neon database. So we have the constant SQL Neon, and for a real production application, make sure you save this new URL inside a .env environment, a .env file. Don't just paste the connection URL into the function just like that, because once you push this code to GitHub, anyone can use this connection string and write functions or add their own schemas to this database, which is very risky. So create a .env and then put that inside. So we are going to create a .env file and put our connection URL inside that and call it over here. So npm install .env, create the file .env, make sure it is being added to the git ignore so that you don't push this to production by mistake. So you have .env, and inside the .env file we are going to have database URL, and this is going to be the connection URL. So this very one here, the one we copied from Neon console, this one, I'll paste that over here. Give that a save. Get rid of this, save it here. And over here, we can just write process.env.database URL. All right, so we have the same name. So once we have this constant created to hold the connection to our new database, we are going to create and export a Drizzle ORM instance. So this instance is configured with our SQL connection and schema. And you do that by writing db equals Drizzle. We have SQL and we have schema. So this db object is going to help us with our database interactions throughout the entire application. So we have that, and let's write. So finally, so before we push all these schemas into our new console, let's create this file. So inside the root directory, we are going to create a new file. New file here named drizzle.config.js, and this is going to be export default. So this is the configuration file for our Drizzle ORM. So this is going to help us with the database connection and schema management. So we export default and object, and we specify the database dialect that we want to use. So the dialect in this case is going to be Postgres. So we have the Postgres SQL, and we specify a schema. We specify where the schema is located. So we have schema, and where is our schema located? So when we check this, we can see that the schema is located at this side here. The schema is located here. So when we move back to the root directory, we have the utils, and inside the utils we have the db file, and inside the db file we have the schema. So we have schema.tsx. And then we specify the output directory for the Drizzle ORM. So we want the output to be Drizzle. And we have this object here named db credentials, which is going to be the object that is going to contain the credentials and connection details from our database. So we have URL, process.env.database URL, and we have connection string, which is also going to be process.env.database URL. So now is the moment to push all the schemas to our Neon console. So to do that, we are going to open our package.json file and add these. So we are going to have this script, db push, drizzle kit push, and then we have db studio. So you're going to push all these schemas and everything to the new console so that we'll be able to insert data into it later on. So you're going to run the command npm run db push to see if you're going to be able to push the schema into the Neon console. And we have an error. What does it say? Missing script. Okay, so this has to be saved. Let's give it, let me clear this and run it one more time. So pulling schema from databases and changes applied. So we have the schemas pushed to our Neon console perfectly and beautifully. So to test this out, we have two options. So the first option is to, visit the Neon console and then move back, scroll to this section here that says tables. And inside the tables, you'll be able to find all the schemas. So we see this is the database that we created, 0 to hero. And we have the collected waste, notification, reports, reward, transaction, and users. Everything has been pushed to the Neon console. So this is looking amazing and great. So next is to work on the actual front end, and we are going to interact with this database, insert data, fetch data, and do everything, create, read, update, and delete right in this project. And the second option to view if the schemas has been pushed is to run this command. So npm run, instead of db push, we are going to have db studio. And note, if you don't have this script added to your package.json file, this is not going to work. So I'll run this command and it's going to provide me with a URL, which when I click on it, is going to take me to this dashboard. And you can see we have all the collections over here. So it's up to you whether you want the Drizzle Studio or you want the Neon console. I prefer Neon console because that's what I've been using for quite a while. And the Drizzle console or studio also looks really simplified, and the UI is simple and clear. So you can compare the two and choose the one that you think it's okay for you. So I'll close this and move back to our code. This is our layout page, and we are going to change a couple of things over here. So the first thing we are going to do is to move this metadata here and create a new file inside the app directory, named it metadata.tsx, and paste this over here. So once we are done pasting this, we have to import metadata from Next, else this is not going to work. And change the title to 0 to hero. And the description is going to be AI powered waste management platform. So the reason why we are doing this is because we want to add a use client inside this component. So the use client is to indicate that this component is going to run on the client side, and metadata is a server-side object. So we have to get that out and create a separate file for it. So most of these things are not going to be needed here. So I'll just get rid of everything and write all the code from scratch. So we have our use client imported, and we are going to import use state, use effect from React. So these states are client-side states. We can use them in the server. So that's why we have the use client here. And we are going to import the font inter from Next Font Google. And we are going to import the global CSS, this one here, inside the layout. So we are going to have a header and a sidebar component. So when we check this complete project, we have this beautiful header here and this beautiful sidebar. So those are going to be imported once we create them. But for now, let's leave a placeholder. So we have the header, and then we have the sidebar. And we are going to import a toaster from React hot toast. So what is a toaster? When I search on React hot toast and click on the first link, and click on make me a toast, I believe this looks very familiar to you. You have seen this in most websites before. So for this project, when the user reports a waste or collects a waste or any other notification that we want it to appear quickly and disappear, we are going to use a toast for that. So when the user reports a waste, we are going to show a toast. When the user redeem their points, we are going to show a toast, and many of these use cases in the whole project. When I click on make a toast, it shows me this beautiful toast. So to install this, we are going to run npm install React hot toast, and that is going to help us integrate the toast in this project. And we are going to create a constant inter we have a subset which is going to be Latin. So this is how we initialize the inter font. And we are going to export default root layout. So this is going to be a type of children. React node, and we pass in the children as a props. So we have this here. So inside the root layout component, we are going to create a constant to hold the sidebar open and close, and a constant to store the total earnings from the user. So we have this here. So this is what I'm talking about. we have the 0.0 here, the points earned by the user, and we have a state to handle the open and close of this sidebar. So we have sidebar open and set sidebar open. The default value is going to be false. And the next state is going to be the total earning. You're going to set total earnings use state. And we have that initialized to 0. And we are going to have a use effect hook here, which is going to perform a side effect after the component is mounted. So what do we want to do after the component is mounted? So we want to fetch the total earnings from the user, right from our database. And since we haven't created the function to get all the total earnings from the database, and since we don't have the implementation of sign up and sign in, I'm just going to leave this side blank, and we are going to fill this side later on when we have the database function and the user authentication flow set up. I'm just going to leave that. And return an HTML default language English. Return the body. Provide a class name. So the class name is going to be the font. So inter.class name. And we have this div here, which is going to create a full height container with a light gray background and a column layout. So we have a minimum height, a class name, minimum height to be screen, background of gray, 50, flex and flex column. Right after this, we are going to have a header component, which I'm going to create in a second. And we have a div. So this div is going to create a flex container for the main content area. And then, so we have the sidebar on the left and the main content area on the right. So that is what this div is doing here. You're going to create a class name. And we have flex 1. And we have the sidebar imported over here, which we are yet to create. And after the sidebar, we have a div, which is going to render the sidebar component and passing in. So after the sidebar is created, we are going to import it over here. And we are going to create a main content area. And this area is going to, be responsible for the main content area is going to have the responsive padding and margin and also a smooth, transitions, which I will demonstrate later on. We have class name, we have flex 1, padding of 4. On a large screen, we want the padding to be 8. And we have margin left to be 0. On a large screen, we want the margin left to be 64. And we want transition all duration 300. So we want a transition when, moving from page to page. And we just pass or render the child component over here. So the child component is any other page that is going to have this root layout. I give that a save. And there is one more thing. So we have to add the toaster component here to be able to show a toast. So we have that, and and every other thing that will be needed is going to be created as we progress through these tutorials. So let's create the header component. Before we create the header component, let's create our first shard.cn component, which is going to be a button, because you're going to have a button when the user has not been authenticated. So when I sign out, click on sign out. So we have this button here which says login. So this is a shard.cn component, right? So when I move back to shard.cn and search for button, it gives me the code to add a button. So I'll copy this npm, move back to my terminal, paste it over here, hit enter, and it's installing. So let's wait for a while. All right, so we have the button component created, and we can notice that we didn't have component directory inside this project. So this was created by shard.cn, and it created the button component right out of the box. So this is amazing and saves you a lot of time. Instead of writing all this from scratch, it just gets added by a single command line. So we have our button, and inside the component directory, where is it? This one here. We are going to create a new file named header.tsx. So this is going to be the header component, obviously. So for this project, we are going to use Web3 Auth for authentication. So Web3 Auth, it's very similar to Privy. On my channel, we've used Click, we've used Privy authentication, and we've created our own authentication flow in my recent video. And in these tutorials, we are using Web3 Auth. So there's no special reason. So I'm just trying out different authentication packages to know their strengths and weaknesses to help make better decisions in future videos. So this is what we are going to use. And to get started, you have to create an account. So we have Web3 dashboard. So let me just visit Web3 Auth dashboard and click on this. If you don't have an account, it will prompt you to create an account. So I already have an account. The onboarding process is very easy. So on this dashboard, you have to first create a project. So after you are done going through the entire onboarding process, you should see this landing page in the dashboard. So I'll click on project and add a new project named 0 to Hero. Oh, 0 to Hero. It seems I can only create one project for the free tier. So I can only create one project for the free version. And to be able to create multiple projects, you have to upgrade, which we are not going to do in this tutorial. So to create a project, you click on Add Project, enter the project name, and click on Create Project. Once you are done creating the project, it's going to be shown over here. And when you click on the project, it takes you to the project details where you have the project name, the client ID, the client secret, the environment, and all the other parameters that you can specify. So we have all these here. And what we are going to need to set up the Web3 Auth is the client ID. So we are going to copy that and move back to .env. paste it here and create a name for this. So we are going to name this Web3 auth client ID. So we save this and move back to header. So to get Web3 auth set up in your project, we have to install these libraries or components. So the first component that we are going to install is going to be the Web3 auth/base. So npmi, which stands for install Web3 at Web3 auth/base. And we are going to install Web3 auth/Ethereum provider. And that will be it. So let's hit on enter to install all these. So we are going to start importing everything that we are going to be needing to create a header. So let's import use client, import use state, use effect from React. We are going to import link from Next. We are going to import use path name from Next navigation, and we are going to import button. We're going to import button from UI button, and we are going to import all these icons from Lucid React. So let's install this first. So npmi Lucid React. So when we open our browser and search for Lucid React, lucid.dev, that's the official website, and click on icons, we have wide varieties of icons. So any icon that you may need in your application can be found here. So it's really easy to integrate, and that's the main reason why we are using this Lucid icons. And they have a very good icon, variations and designs. So we are going to use that. So I've already installed it. And when we check the header, we have 0 to hero, we have the search icon, the bell icon. When the user logs in, we have the user icon and a whole lot of icons. So let's import all of that. And so we are going to import menu from Lucid React. So let's have that to get auto completion. So menu, we have queries, we have leaf, we have search, we have bell, we have user, we have chevron down, we have log in, we have log out. So these are going to be the icons that we are going to need for now. And we will need a drop down menu. So for that, let's head back here to CN and search for drop down menu. So this drop down menu, when I click on open, we have this drop down menu beautifully rendered. And we can get this out of the box by using CN. So with one command, we can get everything with just one command. So I'll copy this here, this drop menu component, and install it inside my application. And once this is done installing, so let's just have a look at the UI. You're just going to see new things being added to it. So keep an eye on the UI folder as soon as the installation is done, we are going to have the component created out of the boss. And there we have it, drop down menu. So that's what you're going to be needing for the header section. So you're going to import all these. So drop down menu content, drop down menu content. You're going to have drop down menu item. You're going to have drop down menu trigger. So these are what we are going to need for the from React drop down menu. Why are we getting this from React drop down menu? So this is supposed to come from component. No. So everything is supposed to come from, the component that we just created. So let me check something here. Import drop down menu. Okay, so we are supposed to get all these from the component, not Radix UI. So get rid of this and we are good to go. And we will need a badge, right? We are going to need a badge. So when I search for a badge in CN, it shows this over here. So the badge is going to be this, the one to hold the icon for the coins or the token that a user has. So I'll scroll down and copy this as usual, paste it here, and import badge. So we have that added here. So I'll import badge from UI badge. And we are going to import Web3 auth from Web3 auth. So we needed to install Web3 auth modal, but it escaped me. So I think we have to add that. So npm install at Web3 auth modal. So this is going to be the modal that is going to pop up anytime a user click on the login button. So let's have that installed. And I am going to import chain namespace. And import iProvider. Web3 auth network, all from Web3 auth base. So as I mentioned earlier on, Web3 auth, all right. So as I mentioned in the demo, we have two versions of this project. So we have the Web 2.0 version, which we are building right now, and we have the blockchain version, which has been added later on in this video. So to set up Web3 auth, we need all these, right? We need a chain namespace, we need iProvider, and we need Web3 auth network. So I am going to explain what chain namespace is in a second. So let's just keep writing the code and I will explain everything in a second. And we have import Ethereum private key provider. So I have that from @web Ethereum provider. And we are going to import use media query from, we are supposed to create a media query hook. We don't have that one yet. So I'll skip this part and continue writing the code. I'll get back to this in a second. So let's create a constant to hold the client ID to set up our Web3 auth. So the client ID is what we copied here. This very one ID here, which we stored in the .m file. So we have the Web3 auth client underscore ID. So process.env web3 auth underscore client underscore ID. So let's create a chain configuration. So if you are new to Web3, this is for you. So let me explain what a chain configuration is. So this is Ethereum network. So let's represent this by a circle. This is Ethereum network. Ethereum network. So Ethereum is a decentralized network, and every decentralized network is having nodes. So a node, we can think of a node as a computer. So let's say this is node 1, node 2, node 3, and node 4. For explanation sake and to make everything simplified, let's stick with 4 nodes. It will be better if I add the numbers here. So node 1, node 2, and node 3. So the final node is going to be node 4. So the difference between a centralized and a decentralized network lies in the node. So for a centralized network, so let's think of a centralized network like Amazon Web Service, AWS. So in AWS, we have servers. So Amazon is having their servers located in all regions. So we have US East 1 in many parts of this world. And all these data are being stored on just the servers. So it's centralized. It's being managed and controlled by Amazon, right? So for example, I have my little to-do application connected to AWS, let's say database. I have a database created in AWS, and they contain my data and it's stored only on their servers and nowhere else on the internet, unless maybe a hacker hacks my data and add it to a different database. But that is a different case altogether. Everything is being stored on AWS network. So it's a centralized network. For the centralized network, the data are being spread across different nodes. So node 1 could be a computer of an individual, node 2 an individual as well, up to any amount of node. A typical network is having not less than thousands and if not millions of nodes in their network. So every single data being stored on the Ethereum network is being shared across all the nodes, right? It's being shared across all the nodes. So if a user sent 5 ETH from address 1, so 5 ETH from address 1 and we have address 2. So I send 5 ETH from this address to that address. The transaction record are being shared on all the nodes. So they are being validated first and being shared among all the nodes in the network. So when this first node gets hacked, technically what that means is only the data contained on this node has been tampered with. The other ones still have the valid transaction history. So they just get updated. So the network still works very fine, right? And if network 2 gets hacked, the other millions and thousands of nodes are still having the valid data on the network. So unless a hacker hacks all the computers simultaneously and change every single data on it to be able to control the whole network. So that is the difference between centralized and decentralization. the Ethereum network is having branches or forks, and we call this layer 2 networks. So the layer 2 networks, we have Chainlink. Chainlink is a layer 2 network. We have Sepolia. We have Stacknet, Stacknet, and we have so many layer 2 forks available on the market. So we have a lot of them. So these layer 2 forks also give users access to interact with the Ethereum network. So the main reason why the Ethereum main network is being forked may be because company has found out a way to reduce a transaction fee on certain type of transactions or applications. They make a fork and add their own code and modify everything. So for this project, in the blockchain section, we are going to use the Sepolia network. And to connect to a network, you will need an RPC. You will need an RPC and a chain ID and a chain namespace. So you need all these objects to be able to connect to a network properly. So that is the main reason why we imported the chain namespace and all the other providers and these objects from Web3 auth base. So we are going to create a chain configuration object, which is going to contain the chain ID, the RPC, display name, block explorer, a ticker, and a ticker name, and a logo. So I'll create a constant chain config, which is going to have a chain namespace. So we have a chain namespace, which is going to be chain namespace EIP155. So we are going to use the EIP155 for this, chain namespace, and we have a chain ID. So as I mentioned, all these forks are having their unique chain ID. So the chain ID for the Sepolia network is going to be this 0xAA 0xAA36A7. So this can be found on the internet, or perhaps you can look for it at, I think, chainlist, something like that. Yeah, chainlist.org, and search for Sepolia. Let's refresh the page and search for Sepolia. Alright, so we have all these chain IDs. So we can see we have chain ID for all the networks. But for this particular network that we are going to use, this is the chain ID. So just have that, and we have RPC target, which is the RPC URL. So as I mentioned, you need an RPC to connect to a fork or a network being forked from the Ethereum main network. So you have RPC target, and that is going to be HTTP RPC and this URL here. We have display name. The display name is going to just be Sepolia testnet. So let me just use this opportunity to explain the difference between a testnet and a mainnet. So the difference between a testnet and a mainnet is very simple. It's like you building your React project or Next project. You don't just start by building it on production. When I say production, what I mean is hosting your application on a server and paying for it to be hosted. You don't do that. You start by developing in your local environment, test everything out, and if you are okay with what you've built, then you push it to, a hosted platform like DigitalOcean or AWS and Next.js or Vessel. So that is the production, and the testnet is you testing the application in your local environment. So the same thing applies to building blockchain applications. We start by playing with the testnet, and once we are okay with whatever we are done, we just push it to the mainnet. So we have testnet and mainnet. And we have the block explorer ID. So this explorer ID is a platform that lists all the transaction history of the entire network. So we have https sepolia ethereumscan.io. So when I search or visit this URL in the browser, it shows me, as you can see here, it lists every single transaction that has happened on the Sepolia testnet. So that is the use of the Explorer here. And we have a ticker. The ticker is going to be ETH. And we have the ticker name. So the ticker is just the name used to represent the network, right? The ticker name is the name used to represent the network. And the ticker itself is the symbol used to represent the network. So Bitcoin is, BTC, Ethereum is ETH. And we have this logo field here, which is optional. And you're going to have this. We save that. So the chain config is looking great. I think that's all that we need for the chain config. Next, let's create a constant web3 auth equals new web3 auth. So this is reinitializing everything that we've defined for the web3 auth to work. So this is not anything related to blockchain or web3. This is just resetting up the web3 auth. So we have the client ID, which we have saved in the .env. We have the web3 auth network, which is going to be web3 auth network .testnet. And we have the private key provider. So this is how we set up the web3 auth object. So we have that, and we are going to create an interface for the header props. So we have to define the private key provider. So private key provider equals new Ethereum private key provider. And this is where we are going to specify the config. So the chain config, this object over here. So we have that. And we are going to have a lot of missing types because the Web3 auth model doesn't have types. So we don't get the types being checked for us. So later on, we are going to add a Typescript ignore comment here to get rid of all these errors. So back to the interface of the header, we have the header props. And we create an on menu click, going to be void. And we have total earnings, which is going to be a number. So these are the props for the header. So now let's define the actual header component. So we are going to have export default function header. On menu click, total earnings, that is going to, we are going to spread the header props, and we are going to create a couple of states. So we need to create a state for the provider, create a state for the logged in, the loading, user information, path name, notification, and a balance state. So you have a constant provider, set provider equals use state, which we are going to spread the iProvider type from Web3 auth, and we are going to have a constant for logged in. So logged in, set logged in, and the default state is going to be false. And we are going to have a constant for loading, set loading, default state is going to be true. And we are going to have a state for the user information. So constant user information to hold all the user information. So set user information. We state that to any, and the default is going to be null. And we are going to have a constant for the path name for redirecting to different routes. So path name, and we have const notification and set notification to notification. So we are going to create a type for that. Next, we are going to have balance. We have balance, set balance, and you state, let's just make it 0. And that will be it for now. So we are going to have this use effect to initialize the Web3 auth. So we have use effect, constant, you create a constant here. So this is just how it is being set up, and as to how this is done in this way, I can't really explain it much, but this is how we set up the Web3 auth. So once we create this constant this is going to be an async function. We are going to have our try catch block to handle error. Try catch. Get rid of the auto completion code. So we have the try catch. And inside this try, we are going to wait for web3 auth.init modal. So we are going to wait for the modal to be initialized and set the provider to web3 auth provider.provider. So the provider is the name of the network we are using. So in this case, it's going to be Sepolia network. And we have a check-ins here. If web3 auth.connected, if you have a connection, you want to set logged in to true. Set login is to true, and we create a constant for user equals web3 auth.get user info. So this is an object available in the web3 auth object. And set user information. So we have a state to save that. Set user info to be the user info that we are having here. So this user info is going to, so if the user signs in with a Gmail account, we are going to get the username, the Gmail address, and all that being stored and saved in the user info object or state. And next, what you're going to do is to check if user.email, if you have an email object, what we want to do is to first set the email, set item, the email in local storage. So this is going to be useful later on in this project. So we are going to set the user email in our local storage, which we are going to get from user.email. Get from this user.email. This user object that the Web3 auth is returning. So once you store that, we have to create the actual user in our database, right? We have to create the actual user in our database. So we don't have a function to create a user. So I'll just write await, and the function is going to be create user. So we have to create this and move back to the header component. So back at the utils schema action. So in the actions file, we are going to create all these code that is going to help us, interact with the database. So let's create a create user function, and let's move back to the header component and import it. So we are going to import DB, the DB object that we exported in the DB config, which contains the connection to the new console. And then we are going to import, users from, if you guessed the schema object, you are right, or the schema file, you are right. So you're going to import the users from the schema file. From schema. And we are going to import all these. So these are going to be check-ins. So the EQ is to check if two fields are equal. And we have this SQL function to perform SQL calculations. We have AND operation, we have descending order operation, and we have, I think that will be it, from Drizzle ORM. So let's create a function to create a user. We're going to have export async function create user. And to create a user, we need an email, we need a name as parameters. So we have email, which is going to be a string, and we have a name, which is going to be a string. So we have that. So now is to write the code to actually do the insertion. So you write our try catch block. And we are going to create a constant, distract the user object. So after the user has been inserted into the database, it returns a user object. So we distract that here and save it. So we have await db.select, insert. So we want to insert inside the users collection. So we have users here. And what are the values that we are going to insert? So the values are going to be the email and the username. We add .returning function and .execute function. So we have these two, and we are going to return the user. So we have console.log error, and we have error creating user, and return now if we have any error. So we have the create user function. We can move back to the header and call the create user and specify all the parameters that it needs. So we can see the create user needs two parameters, the email, which we are getting from the user.email, and the username we are getting from user.name object. So this object also contains a user.name as well. And what we are doing here, we have a pipe. So let's add a pipe here and add anonymous user. So in case there is no username, we want the username to be anonymous. The test anonymous user. And we have the catch block here. So this is going to insert the user into the database for us. Let's have a try catch for the create user function. So try and put the await create user inside the try, and we specify a catch. It's going to be an error, and we console.log error creating user, and we pass in the error object. So we have that, and we are going to have console.error initializing web3 auth, and we are going to have a finally failed, which is going to set the loading to false. So this is going to run whether we have an error or we have a success. This is going to run. So this is the use effect that is going to initialize the web3 auth and also create the user for us. So we call the init function here, and we specify an empty array of dependencies. So next, we are going to create a use effect for fetching the notifications. So when we check the complete project, we have this notification here, which we are fetching from the database. So we are going to create a function that is going to help us fetch all the notification from the database, right? So we create a use effect. And we create a constant named fetch notifications, which is going to be an async function. And over here, this is what we want to do. We want to check if the user information, the one we have in the state here, contains an email, user.emails. So we want to check that, we want to make sure that is checked. And if that is checked, you want to get the user and display the emails and display the notification for that user. So we have await get user by email. So this get user by email function is going to accept a user email. So we don't have that function yet. So we move back to actions and create the get user by email function. So back here, we are going to have a spot async function get user by email, and the only parameter for this function is going to be the email. So what do we do here? We write a try catch to handle the errors gracefully. Try catch. And inside this try, we create a constant, extract the user. You're going to have await.db.select. Where do we want to select from? We want to select from the user's collection, where the user email, the actual user being created. So you have users.email is equal to the email coming in from the caller of this function. So this one here. So this is what the EQ means. Oops, I was supposed to add the EQ, which means equals. So we are checking if these two are equal, we want to execute. And return the user. And we are going to have console.error, error fetching user by email, and return null. So we have the fetch user by get user by email function created. So back to the header, we can use get user by email function. And once we get hold of the user, we are going to do a check-in. So if the user actually exists, we want to get all the on-read notifications. On-read notifications equals user dot. Okay, so this is going to be from, you're going to get this from a function that is going to be named get on-read notifications. So what you're going to do is to create that in the actions. So get on read notification. So you have export, async, get on read notifications. So that is going to have a user ID because we want to fetch the notification just from that user. And inside here, as usual, we have the try. You're going to have the errors. And inside the try, we are going to return db.select. So where do we want to select from? We want to select from all the notification collection or table. Where? So you're going to make a check. So where? And so we have this end. This end means we want to make sure any check or any function that we pass in between this end are satisfied. So the two of them are satisfied. So this is a boolean. So if one is false and the other is true, this is not going to execute. So we want the two of them to be true for this to work. So what are we checking? We want to check if the notifications dot user ID is equals to the user ID, and if the notification dot is read is false. So you want to fetch all notifications from the said user and also only fetch notifications that has not been read by the user. So that's what this EQ and this end function is doing here. We're going to add dot execute. And what do we do? Next, we just catch the error. So that will be it. And we have our get on read notifications. We pass in the user.id. So once we pass that, we are going to set all the notification to the notification state. So we are going to have the fetch notification function called here, this one here. Once we have that called, we are going to set a periodic check-ins for new notification. So we have constant notification interval. And what this is going to do is we are going to have a set interval, and after every 30 seconds, we want to check if you have a new notification. So we call the fetch notification function every 30 seconds. So 30,000. So this is going to call the fetch notification function every 30 seconds. and return. So we have to clear the interval to prevent a memory leak or buffer overflow. So clear interval, and we have notification interval. And we have a dependency of user info for this use effect. Beautiful. So next, let's create a use effect that is going to fetch the user balance. So we have use effect, and we create a constant for fetch user balance async and within this function we are going to check if we have user info available, and if the user.email exists, we want to get the user object. So we have user, and how do we get the user object? Using the get user by email function and provide in the user info.email. So this is going to get us the logged in user information. And we have a check here. If user exists, we want to get the user balance. So we don't have the get user balance function. We move to actions and create that. So we have a spot async function get user balance, which are going to have the user ID, which is a number. So this get user balance is going to have another function within it. So the name of that function is going to be get reward transactions. So the main reason why we want to get the reward transactions is because the balance is supposed to be recalculated after a user has performed any transaction. So when we check the finished project and move to let's log in and click on the reward page, so we can see we have all these transactions, right? And if a user redeems a point, we subtract that from the total amount of balance a user has. So to get the accurate balance, we have to include that. And we haven't created anything like transactions, okay? Because that will be inserted anytime a user, redeem a price or something of that sort. So what you're going to do is to create a constant to hold all the transactions. So you have transactions, and you're going to have await get reward transactions, which is going to accept the user ID as a parameter. So for this function, since we are calling another function within this function, we have to add this. We're going to add promise and number. So let's create the get reward transaction function. So we are going to create that over here. We're going to have export async function and get reward transaction. So that's going to be, it's going to have the user ID as a prop. So inside this function, we are going to run the try catch, try and catch. And inside this try block, we are going to create a constant named transactions. So what this is going to do is to get all the transactions that a user has created or has made. So we are going to write await db.select, and inside the select, we're going to specify this object. So you're going to have, we will need the ID of the transaction. You're going to have transactions.id. So we are supposed to import transactions. And have transactions.id. So these are the fields that we want to get from the whole transaction ID. So you want to select ID, select the type, which is going to be transaction.type. You're going to select the amount, transactions.amount. We are going to select the description, transaction.description, and the date is going to be transaction.date. All right, so we add .from. So where are we getting all these from? The transaction table, of course. And where? So you want to get all these transactions wherever the transaction.user ID. Remember, we are doing a connection here. We are saving the user ID inside the transaction table. So we are matching wherever the user ID that we are getting on the transaction table is equal to the user ID we are passing in as a parameter. This variable here. Oops. Should be the side here. User ID. And we want to order this by descending order. So we have DESC, and we want to order them by the transaction date. So in descending order. And we want to display just the recent 10 transactions being done by the user. So we add the limit option and specify the number here, which is going to be 10. And finally, execute this function. So we have that. And I think that will be it. So inside the get user balance, we have the get reward transactions. Okay. So we are going to create a constant named balance, which is going to have all the transactions. And we are going to use the reduce function, which is going to help us accumulate. It's going to calculate the balance by reducing the transactions array. So we have this parameters, account, transaction. So these are callback functions. So we are going to check if the transaction type starts with end, then we add the amount to the accumulator. Otherwise, we are going to subtract the amount from the accumulator. We are going to return transaction.type if the type starts with end. You want to add this to the accumulator. So the accumulator here is going to be transaction.amount. Else we want to subtract. So accumulator minus transaction.amount. And we want to start with an initial value of 0. So once we are done with that, we are going to return math.mass balance and 0. So we have this error here, and we have to do a check-ins that says if not transactions, we should return 0. Else this is not going to work. So let's make this as any. We have this error here which says the property reduce does not exist on the type never. So this might return a null value, and we can't use the reduce function on a null value. So let's specify this here. So it's either we are getting all the transactions or we have an empty array. So this is supposed to be transactions. Dot type. And here we are going to provide, just use any here to get rid of this Typescript error. So the transaction could be any, right? And make the accumulator a number. And I think that would be okay for this function. So we have the get user balance function created. And I think there is something missing in the get reward transaction. So we have to add this. After we are done executing this, we have to format the date for each transaction, because the date that is going to be stored is going to have a different formatting. So we have to format the date, else we are going to get or run into an error. So these dates are formatted. You have to format them. So to do that, we are going to create a constant named formatted transactions, which is going to have all the transactions dot map, and we have the callback T here. Oops. And over here we spread the T, and so this T is everything that we are getting from the transactions. So all the objects we are getting from the transactions, we spread everything and update the date parameter. So the date parameter is going to be t.date to ISO string dot split. So you want to split this by T. So what all this is doing here is to format the date into something like this. So year, month, and the day. So that's what all this is doing. And we are going to return the formatted transactions. So I think we are done with that for now. Move back to header. And call get user balance. So we specify the user ID, provide the user ID as a props parameter, and this is going to fetch us the user balance. So we set the balance to the user balance. And call the fetch user balance here. So once we call the fetch user balance, we are going to add an event listener for the balance update, right? So we are just going to create a constant here named handle balance update. And this is going to have the event prop custom event from React. And we are going to set the balance to event.detail. So you're going to have window.add event listener. So what this is doing is just to listen to the balance update. So windows.add event listener. And we want to listen for balance update. This is going to be useful later on. Balance update, and we have handle balance update as event listener. And we have return window dot remove event listener. So after we are done listening, we want to get rid of the event listener. So I'll use the windows.remove event listener to remove the event listener. And finally, we specify the user info as a props. That is going to call this or render this anytime that this component is mounted. We have that. Things are looking good. So let's move on. So next, we are going to create the login function. The function that is going to handle the login. So we create a login, which is going to be an async function. So if not Web3 auth, meaning if we haven't connected to or initialized the Web3 auth, we want to log this message here. Web3 auth is not initialized, and then return everything. And we have the try, catch. Inside this try block, we are going to have the Web3 auth provider, Web3 auth provider equals await Web3 auth dot connect. This is actually going to connect us to the provider and spin up the modal. We set the provider to Web3 provider, set log in to true, and we have a constant user because await Web3 auth dot get user info. So once we have that, we can set the user info to the user. So set user info, we update the user info state to whatever we are getting from the Web3 get user info. And so I have to set up prettier to format my code nicely. So prettier. All right, so the code is formatted nicely. And after we are done setting the user info, we are going to check if the user.email exists. And if that exists, we want to store the user email inside our local storage. So we do that. And we create a try catch block. And inside this try block, we are going to create a user if the user doesn't exist. So we already have the create user function. And user.email and user.name. So if the user doesn't provide any name, we want to have the default name to be anonymous user. So we have the login created. Next, let's move to the logout. So we create a constant logout equals async, and we check if not Web3 auth, we want to console.log Web3 is not initialized and return. We have try. try catch block here, and what we are going to do within the logout is we have a function called, on the Web3 auth object, it have a function named logout. So we call that, and that's going to help us log out. We set provider to null, set login to false, and set user info to null. And remove the user email from the local storage, and we throw any error that might appear or that we may catch. So let's create this function here, const get user info equals async. So this is going to be the function that is going to, when we click on the user drop down here, when we click on this user drop down, the info that we have here is going to come from this function, this get user info function. So this is very similar to what we have been doing. So just check if the Web3 auth is connected. And if that is the case, we want to get the user from Web3 auth dot get user info and set the user info to users. This user here, objects that we are getting from Web3 auth. And we are going to check if the email exists. If that exists, we are going to set the local storage, the set item, user email to the local state, and we have a try catch block here. And inside this try block, we are going to create a new user. So I wait, create user. We specify the user email from the user object we are getting here, and the user.name from the same object. And if the username is not being specified, we are going to have an anonymous user here. So that will be it for the get user info function. So the final function that we are going to create here before we start writing the actual styling for the component is going to be handle notification click. So when the user click on the notification, we want to update a state inside the notification. And that state is going to determine whether the user has read the notification or not. So this is going to be the function to do that for us. So we specify provide notification ID as a prop into this function, and we are going to create a new function named mark notification as read, and we are going to provide the notification ID as a prop. So we don't have this yet. So let's move to the actions and create it. Minimize everything here. So we have export async function mark notification as read with the props notification ID number. And within here, we are going to have this as usual. Await db.update. So we want to update the notification table dot set objects is read equals true, and wherever the notification ID is equal to whatever notification ID we are getting from the caller of this function, then we provide the execute. So after we are done with that, we give it a save, move back to header, call it mark notification as read. and we have if loading. So if loading, this loading state is being set over here. Being set over here, loading to true. So by default, the loading is true. And we want to check if loading, we want to return. If loading, we want to return this div that says loading web3 auth. We give that a save, and let's return the actual component for this header component. So return, and we are going to have a header. So we have the actual header container or wrapper. We're going to have this class name. The background is going to be white. The border bottom, you're going to add a border to the bottom. And the border is supposed to be gray, 200, to make it stand out a little bit. And we want to make this sticky and stay at the top. So we provide the sticky property, top 0 and z index of 50. That is going to be the wrapper or the header. And within this wrapper, we have a div, which is going to justify or group all the other elements within this header, right? Within this header. So I am going to provide a class name for that. So we have class name, flex, items, center, justify between, px4, py2, and we create a div that is going to have, so we have a class name, flex, items, center. So this div is going to contain the button for the menu. The button for the menu. So I'll run this and you will see how it looks. It looks like. So let's create the button first. You're going to have this button, and the button is going to have a variant of ghost. And you're going to have a size. The size is supposed to be the size of an icon. So all these are things defined when we, create the button using the shard cn command, the shard cn command. And we can add our own class names. So we want the margin right to have 2 pixels, and on media screen and upward, we want to have the margin right to be 4 upwards. And on click is going to be on menu click, the function that we specified or defined above there. And inside here, we are going to have the menu icon. So menu, we are getting from the Lucid React. We give it a class name, height of 6 and width of 6. So let's save this and see what we have on the screen. So move back to this localhost port 3000. So you have to call the header inside the layout first before you'll be able to view it. So over here, let's export the header. Let's export the header first. Export default header. Okay, so I think, okay, so we are default exporting this component, so no need to do that over here. So back to layout, we can call header. And the header is having a prop. So when we check, the header is having this prop here, named on menu click and total earnings. So you have to provide the menu click function before this can run. So this is going to be on menu click prop, and we are going to have this set sidebar open to what set sidebar open is not. So if it's true, it's going to set it to false, and if it is false, it's going to set it to true. And we have total earnings. Let's provide a total earnings variable here. So by default, we are going to get 0. So with this, I think we can save it and move back to localhost port 3000 and check if we can get something here. So it says no database connection string was provided to Neon. Provided to Neon. So let's move back to .env database URL. We have that. And Drizzle dbconfig. So what does it still says we don't have a connection string provided to Neon. So for some reason, anytime I try to use process.env inside the dbconfig file, it shows this error. I've searched on the internet and haven't found any appropriate solution to this particular error. So in case any of you have had an experience with this error and was able to solve it, let me know in the comment section. But for now, I'll just get rid of the process.env and provide the URL string and give it a save. Move back. So we have a different error here which says invalid provider config. Please provide chain config. So I'll move to header. Okay, so this is supposed to be wrapped around an object, right? Supposed to be wrapped around an object. And we have a different error that says invalid params passed in. Please provide a valid client ID in constructor. We are facing the same issue that we had with the Neon connection. So the code is somehow not being able to read from the .env file. So upon a little research that I did, most of these code are run on the server side, right? So to make the .env file so to get this exposed to the client side, you have to add a prefix of public_next.js to all these environment variables to be able to use them inside the components like this. And this is a huge problem because once you expose your private keys or client ID keys, anybody can, get hold of it and use it. So we don't want to do that. And there is a workaround on how to preserve the private keys. So I will open my nextconfig.mjs and create an env object. So this env object is going to have basically, so I'll open my .env file. So I'm going to copy this URL and paste it over here. And we are going to have process.env.database URL. We create another object property, which is going to be web3 auth client. We have process.env.web3 auth client ID. So we save that, and the first thing you're going to do, remember inside the db config, I pasted the raw URL string here because we're having an error. So for now, with the changes that we did, it's supposed to work. Database URL. So we save this and save this. Since we've modified the next config file, we have to restart the code all over again. So restarting the development environment, moving back to localhost port 3000, refresh the page. And we have the icon that's being imported over here. So everything is working now. This menu over here, the button and the menu icon that we are importing. So we can continue on with the rest of the component of this header. So move back. And right after the button, we are going to have our logo. So the logo is going to be a link. So we have the link from Next link. And we have the href to be the home directory or the page. So we have the href pointing to the home directory. And we are going to create a class name. Flex item center. And within this, we are going to have the leaf icon, which is our logo. The leaf icon, class name. We are going to provide a height of 6 and a width of 6. MD of H8, MD of W8, and we have a text green. The logo is supposed to be green, and on margin right, you want to provide 1 pixels, and on medium screen, the margin right is supposed to be 2. So let's move back, and we have the leaf here. The actual text is supposed to be added as well. So the actual text is 0 to hero. So we are going to have a span, and we have 0 to hero. And this span is going to have these classes. So you have class name. The font should be bold. The text should be base. On the medium screen and upward, we want the text to be large. And the text should be gray, 800. So we have that. And beautiful, we have this over here. The title or the text of the application, 0 to hero. So this is basically the same. Let's add a color. Let's give this a color. The hamburger icon here. So we are going to give it a text of gray 800. And we have that basically the same as this one. So next is going to be the search bar. So before we create the search bar, we have to make this responsive, and we want to check on mobile screen, we want to hide certain elements and display certain elements. So we are going to have a hook named as mobile. So inside the root directory, we are going to create a new folder named hook. Hooks, and create the hook for the mobile view. We are going to create a new file named use media query.typescript. And over here, we are going to import React, use state and use effect from React, and export this function, use media query. Which is going to have a query prop, which is going to be a string. And we are going to have a Boolean over here. So this is going to be a Boolean function. You're going to return a Boolean to see if this is on a mobile device or not. So we create a constant to hold the state of the matches. We have matches, set matches. And this is going to be a use state. By default, we want to have a false. Export function. Okay, export function. And we have a use effect. So we are going to create a variable named media. And we are going to get the match from window.matchMedia with a query that is going to be provided to it. And if the media.matches is not equal to matches, then we set matches to media.matches. So what we are doing here is very simple. We want to check if the current match state doesn't align with our component state, we update it. And then we define a listener. Set matches, media.matches. So this listener is going to be the function that will update the matches state when the media query result changes. And we have media.addListener. We are going to add the listener to the media query list. So we have listener and return a cleanup function that is going to remove the listener when the component on mount. So media.remove listener and listener. So over here, we are going to have a dependency of matches and query. Remove listener, right? And return the current state of the matches. So return matches. That will be it for the use media query hook. We save that and move back to the header. So over here, we are going to import the use media query from hooks. And over here, we are going to create a constant named as mobile. We're going to use the use media query hook. Remember, the use media query hook accepts, this parameter, and it's just going to be the width or how we want to change the look of the entire application based on setting mask width. we are going to provide the mass width of 768 pixels. So on this point, we want to render a mobile view. So it's mobile. So back to the side, you're going to have if not is mobile. So if we are on a desktop view, so this is going to render only on the desktop view. So you have a div, a class name of flex1, a mass width XL, MX4, and we have another div which is going to have the class name to be relative, and we create the search bar. So we have input, and we have the search icon. So the input is going to have the type to be text, placeholder to be search, and have the following class names. So the class names is going to be with full, px4, py2, and a border. So let's save this and look at what we have now. So we have this, it's not looking that great. And the search icon is over here. So border is supposed to have a gray color. So border gray, 300. And it's going to give it a gray color of 300. So that's what we have. And we are going to round it fully. So rounded full. And we have this effect. And we see when we click on the search bar, we have the icon being highlighted. So we want to get rid of that. So focus, outline none, and focus ring 2, and finally focus ring green 500. So when the user click on the search bar, you want to focus it with this green border here. And we have the search icon floating at this side. So we have to style it to make it be inside the search bar. You're going to provide a class name. So the whole div is an absolute div. So you have to provide, the whole div is a relative. The div containing both the input and the search icon is relative. So we have to provide absolute here so that we can position this at any position that we want. So absolute and right 3, top 1 out of 2. So that is going to put it at the side. And we have a couple other styles to add. So the transform and translate y, negative translate y. Oops. One out of 2. Save that, and boom, we have it appeared here beautifully. Right, we have it here. And we are going to change the text. So text gray 400. And we have the search bar created beautifully. So next, we are going to have the div that is going to contain the notification icon, the balance, and the user profile and drop down. So let's just do that. We create a div and give it a class name, flex item center. And inside this div, we are going to render this button only on a mobile screen. So it's mobile. We check if we are on the mobile screen. We are going to render this button here. So this button is going to have a variant of ghost size icon, class name MR2, and the search icon, right? So only on a mobile screen. So now let's create the drop-down menu for the notification. So to create the drop-down menu for the notification, we have to wrap all this around drop-down menu. So that's how it is being done in ShadCN. When we check the documentation, you will know the implementation of drop-down menu. So you can learn more about how to, implement it. So we are just taking the same flow from ShadCN. So we have drop-down menu and we have drop-down menu trigger. You're going to have a button. So this drop-down menu trigger is going to be a wrapper that is going to wrap around any HTML element. And once that element is being clicked, we are going to trigger a menu. That's what this drop-down menu trigger is doing. So we are going to provide as child props. And we have a button. So this button is going to have a variant of ghost, a size of an icon, and a class name MR2, relative, and we provide the bell icon. So class name H5, width of 5, for the bell icon. So let's save this and see what we have. If we have something on the screen. Okay, so we have the bell icon here on the screen here. I think we have to add test gray 800 to this. Test gray 800 to make it more visible. So we have the bell icon here. And on the bell icon, we have a notification badge that displays the amount or the count of notification that we have in the application. So I'm just going to render that. So I'm going to check if notifications, if notification.length is greater than 0. That is if we have something coming in from the database, we want to render this badge. So we have badge, class name, and this is going to be an absolute, negative top 1 here, negative right 1, px1, minimum width 1.2 rem, and a height of 5. So what all this is doing is to just place the badge icon on top of the notification. So we have the badge and we are going to render the notification.length. So let me give that a save and move back. So we don't have any notification because the length is 0. There's nothing coming in from the database. Length. And now we specify the drop-down menu content. In the drop-down menu content, we have align, end, this is a property that is going to align the drop down to the end. We have a class name width of 64 pixels. And when the user click on the notification, we want to render all the notification coming in from the database. So we have this here. That's going to say notifications.length. So once we fetch the notification, we store it in the state. So that is the variable we are referencing here. If the length is greater than 0, we want to do this. We want to map or loop through all the notifications. .map and we are going to have notification. We are going to have the drop down menu icon, item, not icon, item. And the drop down menu item is going to have these props. So we have the key, which is going to be notification.id. So let's make this any notification.id, and on click is going to be the handle notification.id. So when the user click on the notification, we want to update the state of the notification to red. So that is what this on click is going to do. And inside this drop menu item, we have a div, class name, flex column, span. So this span is going to be the actual notification type and also the message. So the first span is going to be notification.type, and the second one is going to be notification.message. So you provide class names to each of these. Font of medium, and we have a class name, text small and text gray 500. So we give this a save. That is if we have the length greater than 0. Else, we just want to have this here, drop menu item with a text, no new notifications. When I save this and move back, click on this, it says no new notifications. So meaning we don't have anything coming from the database. All right. So next, let's create the div for the balance, the token balance. So we are going to have a class name, mr2. So I'll copy this class name. And this class name is just going to, style this button here to give us the coin on the left hand side and the balance on the right hand side. So it's just a flex item center. We give it a background of gray 100, rounded full, px2, md, ps3, and py of 1. So coins. So the coins is coming from Lucid React, and we want to have a class name. So coins, and the class name is going to be, we want to give the height of the coin 4, and same for the width. And we want to have these classes as well. On the medium screen, we want to have the height to be 5, and on the medium screen, we want the height to be 5, the width to be 5. Margin right 1, and text green 500. So this is going to make the coin icon a green color. And we have a span that contains the actual balance. So we have the balance to fix. We want to run this balance to 2 decimal. And we have a class name, which is going to be font semi-bold for the actual test of the balance. We have test SM, MD, test base, and test gray, 800. Let's save that, move back, and we have it. So we can see things are beginning to look exactly the same as what we have in the finished project. So let's create the user dropdown, and that will be it for the nav bar, the header, sorry. So let's create this. So if a user is not logged in, what should we do? If a user is not logged in, we want to show the user. We want to show the user a login button, right? So if a user is not logged in, we want to show the user a login button. So let's create a button. And on click is going to be the login function, and it's going to have these class names. You're going to have the background to be green. The background of the login button is green, 600. When we hover on this button, we want to give a different shade of green. So from 600 to 700. And the text of the color of the text inside the buttons are supposed to be white. The text are supposed to be small. And on a medium screen and upward, the text are supposed to have a base font size. So we have that, and the button name is login, and we have a login icon. So the button name is login, and we have a login icon from Lucid React. So we are going to give the icon some classes, a basic class, a margin left of 1 on medium screen and upwards, a margin left of 2, height of 4, a width of 4, and MD of H5. We have MD of W5. So let's make sure we have it here. Lucid React. Scroll all the way down and have it. So we have the login icon. So let's move back, and boom, we have it here. So if a user is logged in, what should we show the user? We want to show the user the profile icon and a drop down of the user information, including the logout button. You're going to have a drop down menu, and this drop down menu is having a drop menu trigger as child, and the trigger is going to be a button of a user icon. So we have a button, and this button is going to have a variant of ghost icon, size of icon, and the class name is going to be item, center, and flex. So item, center, and flex. And we specify the user icon here from Lucid React with these class names. So class name is going to be height of 5, width of 5, and MR of 1, margin right of 1. And we do same, not same, but similar for chevron down. So we have a chevron down icon beside the user icon as well. So chevron down, that is going to have a very similar class names, just that you change the width and height to 4. We give that a save, move back. So since we haven't logged in, this is not going to be visible. So let's create the drop-down menu content for the user profile. So drop-down menu content. We want to align this to the end. And within this drop-down menu content, we have drop-down menu item. And when we click on this, we have an on-click. You want to get the user info. You want to fetch all the user info. And on top of this menu item, we want to display the user info name. So on this menu item, you want to display the user info. So we have user info. If user info is available, you want to access the user info.name. Else, you want to display the test profile to prevent any error from, coming. And we create another drop-down menu item, which is going to be a link to the settings. So that is going to have a link href to settings. Href to settings. And the actual name of this link is going to be profile. And we are going to get rid of this on click here. We don't want to click or trigger any function when this is clicked. We just want to send the user to the settings page. We copy the drop menu item again, paste it one more time, and we are going to have the logout or sign out. So let's make this settings, right? Settings page. And this is going to be the logout function. And so let's add an on-click to this menu item. So anytime the user click on this particular menu item, the sign out menu item, you want to trigger the logout. So we have that. I think things are looking great. So let's save this and move back. Let's try and, log in. So I'll click on the login and we have the modal pop out. So we can click on continue with Google. So when we click on this drop down here, we have the user name as Albert, settings page, and sign out. So when I click on this, it's supposed to sign me out. So I've been signed out and I can log in back again. And I think everything is looking great, and continue on with the application. Beautiful. So everything is working just fine. This is similar to what we have in production. So next, let's work on the sidebar before we touch the main pages. So let's move to the sidebar and work on them. So before we move to the sidebar, let's mute all these TypeScript errors, which is going to be TypeScript no check, and save it. I know most of you are going to think, is this really a good practice to force your TypeScript to be disabled when you have a TypeScript errors? This sometimes happens because most of the components that you're going to use in your code may not have TypeScript types. So you're going to get errors over in your code, and the only way to get rid of that is to add this TS no check. That doesn't mean your code is buggy. It means the component you're using doesn't have a TypeScript type available. So let's move back to layout. And we are going to create the sidebar. So inside the component folder, we are creating a new file named sidebar. Sidebar.tsx. So we are going to import link from next link and import use param, use path name from next navigation. So this is going to help us check the current page and make certain conditions based off of that. So that is going to help us to do it. We are going to import button from UI, the one we installed from shardcn. And we are going to import all these icons from Lucid React. So from Lucid React, we have map pin icon, we have the trash icon, we have the crane, we have the medal, settings, and home icon. So all these are the icons that we have here, right? And we are going to create a constant that is going to have all the navigation links and other property stored within it. So the constant is going to be sidebar items, which is going to be have this object. So we have href, which is going to, the first one is going to be the home page. We have the label to be home and the icon to be home. And we are going to have report. Href report. The label is going to be report waste. And the icon is going to be trash. No, map pin. Map icon. This one here, map pin. And next, we are going to have href for the collect. And that's going to have a label of collect waste. And the icon is going to be a trash. The icon is going to be a trash. And we have href rewards. The label is going to be rewards. And the icon is going to be medal. The icon is going to be queen, not medal. And we have the final link, which is going to be leaderboard. So leaderboard, the label is going to be leaderboard and the icon is going to be medal. So we create an interface for the sidebar props interface, sidebar props. And this is a very simple interface. You just have a state, whether this is opened or not. So it's just an open state, which is going to be a boolean. We create the actual sidebar component. So this component accepts an open state as a prop, and we are going to extend the sidebar props for that state. So within the function for the sidebar, we are going to create a constant for path name and use path name. We initialize the use path name. So we are going to return the actual component. And within here, we have the aside. We have the aside element, which is going to have a class name. So this aside contains the classes for the sidebar. We have a class name, and we are going to have different classes for whether this sidebar is opened or not. So to conditionally render the styles, we are going to have a template string here, which is going to, we are going to write bj white for the whole background of the sidebar, border right pt20. So this border right here is going to create this kind of, create the same border that we have at the header here, this thin border over here. And we are going to give this border a color. So the border is going to have gray of 200, and the text is supposed to be gray 800 for the whole sidebar. And provide a width. So give this sidebar a width of 64. Once I save this, refresh the page. So we don't have anything displayed over here because we haven't imported the sidebar in the layout. So let's just do that. Import sidebar and provide in the open prop, which is going to state whether the sidebar is opened or not. So remember, we created a state for that. So we are just going to use it. Sidebar is open or sidebar open. Move back to this and there we have it. So we have something showing. We have to render the actual element within this sidebar. So we have the width 64. This should be faced, and we add insert y0. We add left 0 and z index 30. When the user click on the hand beggar icon, we want to show an animation of this sidebar fading and fading or moving to the left hand side. And when we open it, the same animation should happen. We should see a slow movement of the sidebar coming from the left side to the right side. I'll demonstrate that in a second. So transform, transition, transform, duration 300 milliseconds, ease in, out, and when the state is open or when the sidebar is open, we want to render this. When the sidebar is open, we want to translate X to 0. So everything is going to fade to the left hand side, slowly disappearing into the left hand side. And if the state is closed, we want to have translate X full. We want to expand it back to the original position. So this is what I'm trying to mean. When I click on this, and you see we have this cool fading in. It fades in from the left and move back to the left. So we have that, and we are going to have translate X to 0 on a large screen. So I think that will be it for the styling of their site. And within that site, we have a nav, which is going to contain the nav items that we are going to render. That's also having a simple class names or class properties. The height is supposed to be full, flex, column, justify between, and you create another div, give it a class name, px4, py of 6, space y of 8. So this is going to be the div to contain, the actual links that we're going to have for the sidebar. So to display the links, we are going to loop through all the sidebar items. This one here. So we have sidebar items.map. And this map is having a callback. We are going to name it item, which is going to give us all the items that we are trying to render. So we have that, and each of these items are going to be wrapped around a link. So you have a link, provide href, which is going to come from item.href. And we have a key, which is going to be item.href as ref, which is going to be item.href, and we specify pass href. Inside this link, we have a button. So the button is going to have a variant, and this is going to be rendered conditionally. So if the path name is equal to item.href, we want to render secondary, else we want to show the ghost variant. And for the class name, we have this here, template string. We want to have a width of full, justify start, py of 3. And we're also going to render this conditionally. We want to check if the path name is equal to item.href. We want to have this background color. So you want to have the background to be green, 100. Text should be green, 800. Else, we want to have the text to be gray, 600. And when we hover on it, we want to have the background gray of 100 to create that effect. Within the button, we are going to have item.icon, which is going to have a class name of mr, margin right of 3 to create a space, and all the icons are going to have a height and width of 5. And we have a span that is going to display the item.label. That is also going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be text base. So let's save this and look at what we have on the screen. So finally, let's work on the settings icon that is being shown at the bottom part of the sidebar. So we are going to work on that. We have a class name, a padding of 4, a border top. We add a border top, a border gray, 200, and we have a link. So that's also going to be a link with href settings. And we are going to have a button. So the button is going to very similar to what we did here. So the button is going to have a variant of outline. Unless if the path name is equal to settings, then you have a secondary variant. And this class name is to style the settings button, right? We have a width of full, padding y of 3, And if the path name is equal to settings, we want to show the same effect as we did for the rest of the items. This over here. And we have the settings icon and the span to show the test settings. So let's save this and move back to our localhost port 3000 and check it out. And we have all the icons rendered beautifully. So we have the home, we have the report waste, and all the other icons. So the next goal is to create all the pages for these sidebar menu links over here. So let's start with the home page. So for the home page, we are going to modify this. Hi, before we start writing the code for the home page, let's take notice of something here. So in the layout page, we have to add this code before we can render any component within the layout. So we have to add read only and add this line over here. So you can copy this and add it to your layout. So back to the home page, this page.tsx. So what you're going to do here is to get rid of everything in this code and start writing the home page from scratch. So this is what we have now, and this is what we want the page to look like. So we visit this one here. We want the home page to look exactly like this one. So let's move back. So we are going to get rid of everything here and start writing our code from scratch. So we are going to import all these icons from Lucid React. So we are going to need an arrow right. We are going to need a leaf icon, a recycle icon, users icon, a quench, a map pin, chevron right, all from Lucid React. And we are going to import the button component from the UI component, so from shard.cn. So we are going to import button from UI component. And we are also going to import link from Next.js. So link from next link. And I think that will be it for the import. So when we check the home page, this is the complete project. We have this animated, we have the leaf at the center, and we have this animation going on here, which is really cool. So we are going to create a card for this. We are going to create a function for this and import it inside the component. So let's work on that. So the name of this function is going to be animated globe. So I'll create a function, named it animated globe. And what this is going to do is very simple. We are going to return a div. So you are going to have a parent div, just a div here. And this div is going to house all these. So when we critically inspect this, we have the leaf icon and we have 4 circles, right? So each of these circles are going to be a div. So we have the bouncing circle, which is 1. And right beneath the bouncing circle, we have another circle, which is 2. And we have this last circle, the third circle, which is the one that is wrapping around the bouncing circle and the one right after it. Then finally, we have this pulsive animation. So like a pulse, right? So we're going to create 4 divs and a leaf icon. So the parent div is going to have these classes. So you're going to have a relative, it's going to be a relative. The width is going to be 32. The height is going to be 32. And the max width is going to be auto because we want to center everything here. And we give it a margin bottom of 8 to create a little bit space beneath it over here. Inside this div, we are going to create the 4 divs. So the first div is going to be the pulse, right? So we give it a class name, absolute, and position it at wherever we want it to be positioned. We add insert 0, rounded full, and the background is going to be green, 500, and we have opacity 20. We have, these circles are having some gray, some light shades, right? So these are opacities, and we add animate pulse to that. We give that a save. Let's write for the other 3 divs. You're going to have a div and provide a class name to be absolute, and we have insert 2, and we are going to add rounded full just like we did over here. So I'll copy everything, just this, and make modifications. The background color is going to be 400 for this one, and the opacity is going to be 40. And we are going to have animated pink. For that, I'll copy this whole div and paste it over here. So we're going to have a background of color of 300, green 300, opacity is going to be 60, and the animation is going to be spin. And we're also going to have the final div, which is going to have the background color of 200, and the opacity is going to be 80. And the style for that is going to be animate bounce. So we have animate bounce, and the insert is going to be 4, 6 over here. And finally, we create the leaf icon. So the leaf icon that we are importing from Lucid React. So we have that, and we provide a class name, absolute, insert 0, m auto, height of 16, a width of 16, a text green 600, and animated pulse for the leaf. We give this a save, and over here we create the actual component for the home page. The default function home. And we are going to return the div, the parent div for the whole component, which is going to have these class names, container, mx auto, because we want to center everything, px of 4, and py of 16. We have that, and we are going to create our first section. So when we check, we have sections. So this is the first section, we have the second section, and the third section. So we are going to create our first section before we move to the rest. So for the first section, we have the section elements here, and we create a class name, we center the text, and give it a margin bottom of 20. So in the first section, we are going to call the animated globe component that we created. Animated globe, this one here. And with just that, we can save it and move back to the home page to see what we have. So yes, there we go. We have our, animation over here. Everything is working fine. So what is left is the text zero to hero waste management and these paragraphs over here. So I'm going to have H1 and provide these classes. So the title is going to have a text size of 6SL and font should be bold, margin bottom to be 6, and the text supposed to be gray, 800, and the tracking is tight. So we want the space between the text should be tight. The actual text for this header is 0 to hero. And we add a span. So this span is going to have the waste management text. So that is having a different color. So we put it in a span management. So the color for the waste management is green. So class name, we have text green 600. I give that a save, move back, and we have it. Beautiful. And the next is going to be the paragraph to have this: join our community in making waste management more efficient and rewarding. So we're going to have a paragraph and it's going to be join our community in making waste management more efficient and rewarding. So we provide a class name for the paragraph: text Excel, text gray 600, and we have mass width 2XL, MX Auto, leading relax, and margin bottom of 8. So give that a save and check it out. So you have that here. And the next thing you're going to do is to create the button or the get started. So this button is going to be this one here. So we call the button from the component and we add report waste. That's going to be the text of the button. We style the button, we give it a background color of green 500. Let's make it 600. And when we hover on the button, we want to change the background color to green 700. And the text inside the button is to be white, on the text to be large, PY of 6, the padding between the button, PX of 10, and rounded full. So we save that, and boom, we have the button over here. So I think with that, we are just done with the first section. Let's move on to the second section. We have these. So when we check the website, we have these cards. So we call them the feature card, right? The feature card. And we are going to create a component, an inline component for that, and render it inside our application. So before we start writing the code for the section, let's create the feature card component first. So we move outside the home component, and over here we create a function. And the name of the function is going to be feature card. So it accepts a props. So we have the icon prop, which is going to be icon. We have the title, description, right? And all these props. So for the icon prop is going to be a React dot element type. The title is going to be a string, and the description is also going to be a string. And then we return a div, a class name, background of white, P of 8, rounded Excel, and we have a shadow MD. So we add a shadow to the whole component. When we check, we have a shadow. There is a shadow here, so we added that, and over shadow LG. And we added transition or duration 300. So within this component, we are not done yet. We add ease in out. Let's call item center, test center, and yeah, we have all the classes. So within the div, we are going to have this div, which is going to house the icon. So the icon is a component. So we have a class name. You have a background of green, 100, and the padding is going to be 4 for the icon, rounded full, and margin bottom of 6. When we check the icon, we can see we have this, background color around the icon. So it's sitting inside this circle here. We just added that, and we render the icon component itself, which is going to have these class names. The class name to be height of 8, width of 8, a text green 600. And then we provide a title and a description. So H3 for the title. So that's going to render the title prop. And the class name is very simple. Test Excel, font semi-bold, MB4, text gray 800. And you have a paragraph that says class name, text gray 600, leading relaxed. And we provide the description. We save that. And back to the second section, we can call the card component. So we are going to call the feature card. We have the icon, and we have leaf. The title, eco-friendly, and a description. So the description is up to you, and I'm using cursor, so it was able to autocomplete the description for me. If you are not okay with that, we can change it as well. We have a feature. We call the feature card one more time. Let me just copy this, paste it here, and the icon is going to be Quen. Print, and the title is going to be End Reward. And the description is going to be, I'll just leave it like that. You can change the description later on, change it later on. And we have the community driven. We save it, move back, and check what we have. So they are being stacked on top of each other. So we have to add these classes to the section to display it in a grid form. So you're going to have a grid, and on medium screen, we want to render this grid in 3 columns and provide a gap of 10 and a margin bottom of 20. So when I save this, Boom, we have all these rendered in a great form. Awesome. So let's create our last and final section for the home page. So this last section is going to be, you're going to have a component for that. So you're going to name the component impact card, right? The impact card. And we are going to have a section and have a class name, background of white, P of 10, rounded 3XL, shadow large, and margin bottom of 20. So we have that, and we have H2, which is going to be the title for our impact. So you have a class name for that, Test4XL, font bold, margin bottom of 12, and a text of center. Text gray, 800. We have our impact as the title or the text. We move back, we see our impact over here. Next, we are going to create the div that is going to house the impact cards. Let's create a class name. We want to display that in a grid. So basically, it's going to have a very similar grid as this one. I'll copy everything here, paste it, and change the grid columns to 4 instead of 3, and provide a gap of 6. So let's create the impact card over here and import it in the section. So let's create the function. Function, we have impact card. And this is going to accept these props. So we have the title, we have the title, we have the value, icon, and icon. So these are going to have these types. The title is going to be a string. The value is going to be a string. Oops. Value is going to be a string or a number. And the icon is going to be a React element. React.element type. So we have that here, and we are going to have return. We're going to have this return a div with the following class name. So we have the class name P of 6, rounded XL, background of gray 50. So these are the styling of the component. So we have this, we are rendering these cards, right? And background gray 550, 50, and we have border. So there is a border around this, these cards, border, and we want the color of the border to be gray 100. Transition all. And we want the duration. So duration 300, is in, out, and hover should be shadow MD. We save that, and within this div, we are going to render how we want the card to look. So we first render the icon, and the icon is going to have the basic class names. So the icon is going to have a height of 10, a width of 10, a text green 500 and margin bottom 4. And you're going to render 2 paragraphs. So one for the value and the title. So we render the value, add these class names, height 10, width 10, text 3XL, font bold. So let me just copy them over here. So we have that, the value and the title. So we can call the impact card in this section. So we call the impact card and provide all the required properties. So we have title, we have waste collected, and the value, let's add something like, 20 kilogram. So actually this is supposed to come from the database, and I'll leave that for you guys to try your hands on it. So I'm not going to implement it in this section. So I add an icon and it's going to be recycle. So copy everything here, paste it 4 times and change the name. This one is going to be report, submitted. We have tokens and CO2 offset. And all the values are going to be, so I'll just paste a random numbers here, 30, or let's say 30, and tokens and something like 200, and the CO2 offset is going to be 50. And the icons, we have the map pin, we have the quants, and we have the leaf. So we give that a save. And check the localhost port 3000. We have this. So we have to add the grid. So grid MD. Okay, so we are missing a dash here. We have to add it and save it. And there we go. We have everything rendered beautifully. So this is exactly the same as what we have in the finished project. So you guys should find a way on how to get these from the database, right? And the next page we are going to work on is the report waste page. So I'll move back here and create a new folder named report. And inside this page, I'm going to create a new file, page.tsx. And this is going to be the code for our report page. When we check the finished project, this is how the report waste looks like. Report waste. So this is how it looks like. We have an image uploader which is going to analyze the waste and extract the waste type and the estimated amount. You enter a location using this location is going to be completed by Google auto completion. When I type Portugal, it's give me an auto suggestion from Google, and all the reported waste are going to be rendered down here. That's basically what we are going to create for the report waste page. So back to report waste page. So we are going to call the use client here, and we are going to import all the necessary hooks and components. So we are going to import use state, use callback, use effect, all from React. And we are going to need these icons from Lucid React. So you have the map pin, we have the upload icon, we have the check circle, we have the loader icon from Lucid React, and import a button from the component. And this project, this is where we are going to use Google Generative AI. So we are going to use Google Generative AI for this project. And this is how it's going to work. We are going to upload an image of a waist, and the Gemini AI is going to analyze this waist and provide us with the waist type and estimated amount. So this is how we are going to do it. We are going to install Google Generative AI, right? So let's write npm install at Google/generative AI. Says, okay, I think I misspelled the package name. I'll copy it and npm install Google Generative AI. This should work. All right, so it worked. So we're going to import that, and so Google Generative AI from Google Generative AI. So we have that imported, and we are also going to use the Google Map API, right, to have our auto-completion when we search for a location. So Portugal, it gives us suggestions on the location that we're going to input. So we are going to use Google Map for that. So we have to install React Google Maps. So this React Google Maps is a package that is going to make interacting with the Google Map package very easily and simple. So this is the package that we are going to use to, use the Google Map auto suggestion. So we have to install it. So we are going to type npm install React Google Maps API. So we have that installed. So I'm going to import it. All these packages from the React Google Maps API. So we are going to have a standalone search box and the use.js API loader. So we have these two imported, and we are also going to import libraries. From React Google Maps API. Once we have that, let's import these. So we are going to import use router from Next navigation and import toast, the toast that we installed at the layout section. So this is going to show a toast when the user reports a waste. So React hot toast, we have that, and I think we can start implementing everything. So before we start implementing this page, let's set up the environment variable for the Google Map API key and also the Gemini API key. So let's create a constant for that, Gemini API key, which is going to be process.env.gemini API key. And we have constant for Google Maps API key, which is going to be process.env.gemini Google Map API key. So we have these two and we haven't created these yet. So we are going to get our Gemini API key and also the Google Maps API key. So we move back to Next.js. We have to add this. So where is report? So we have to add Gemini API key and Google Maps API key inside Next. And finally, we add this. All right, so I think that will be it. So let's get the Gemini API key first before we get the Google Maps API key. So we have to also add them here before it works. So I'll copy these two, paste them in the .env, and get rid of these. You're going to add the keys later on. So starting with Gemini API key, let's search for Gemini API key and click on this. So this takes me to the Google developers documentation page. And there is a link here that says, or a button that says get an API key. So I'll click on that. So on this page, we see this button here that says create API key. So when I click on create API key, it shows this modal and you can search for a project, a Google Cloud project, and click on generate API key. Once you click on that, a new API key is going to be generated for you. I'll copy that and paste it inside my .env. So if you don't have a Google Cloud project, make sure you create a project first before you can get your API key. So I'm just going to paste that here, give that a save, and for the Google Map API key, I will search on Google Map API key. So all the links are going to be shared in the description. And once we are on this page, so I will click on go to credentials page. And on this page, we can create an API key. So we select a project first. And once we are done selecting the project, this should take some few time to load. So yes, once this page loads, we can get our API key. So I've created mine. To create your API key, I think let me minimize this. So to create an API key, you click on create credentials, click on API key, and then you wait for a while for this to load. We have your API key. So move back to .env and paste my API key. So we have these important keys created. Let's continue with the whole thing. So we are going to specify the Google Maps libraries to load. We create a constant libraries, and we are going to create the libraries, give it a name of places. So the libraries is going to be places. And then we export the report page. So export default function report page. So you're going to create a constant that is going to hold the user information. So later on, we are going to create, or we're going to get hold of the user information, and we are going to allocate a point to the user that reported the waste. So set user, which is going to be a use state, and you're going to provide an empty string to it. And we have a constant that's going to initialize the Next.js router. So use router. So for a report, we have to create a state for that. So a state to store the recent report. So for storing the recent report, we are going to create this state. When we check this project, we see we have recent report. So we have to create a page, a state for that. So constant reports, we have set reports. Use state, an array. And we are going to have an ID, which is going to be a number. And we have location, it's going to be a string. Waste type, a string. Amount, a string. Created at, string. We have that. And we are going to create a state for a new report. So constant new report, set new report, use state. We have location, we have the type, type. We have the amount. And we are going to create a state for the file upload and preview. So constant file, set file, use state. So the file is going to be the image that we are going to upload to the Gemini API. So now we are going to have preview, set preview, a preview of the image uploaded. You're going to have a state for that. It's going to be a use state. It's going to be a string. So next, let's create a state for the waste verification process. So this is going to be the state that is going to tell us the state we are in the verification process. So being it idle, verifying, or success, or failure. Let's create a state for that. Constant verification state. So status, set verification status. So use state, and the state is going to be one of these. So ideal, verifying, success, failure. And the default state should be ideal. Okay. We have that, and we are going to create a constant for the verification result state as well. We have waste type, string, quantity, string, confidence, number, and the default is going to be null. So these are going to be the verification states. So we have the waste type, the quantity, and the confidence. So the waste type is going to be either a wood, a plastic, or any other type. And the quantity is going to be predicted by the AI. So being it 10 kilograms or 100 kilograms. And the confidence score is the number that is going to show us how confident the AI is with the waste type and the quantity result they give us. And we're going to create a state for submission. So a state whether the report is being submitted, submitting, set is submitting. You have use state. You create a constant for a search box, set search box, and use state. So this is going to be the state for the Google Maps search box, right? So google.maps.places.search box. And you want to return now if nothing is provided. So next, we are going to create a function that is going to load the Google Maps API. So constant is loaded, we extract is loaded, we destruct is loaded from the use.js API provider, and this is going to have these properties. So the ID, we want to provide the ID to be Google Maps script, map script, and we have Google Map API key. So where are we getting this API key from? The one we copied and saved it inside. So the one we copied saved in the .m file. This constant here, copy that and paste it over here. And you're going to have libraries to be libraries. So you have to add as any to get rid of the TypeScript error. So we have that, and next, let's create a callback function that is going to set the search box reference. So constant onload, use callback, reference google.maps.places.search box. Set search box, provide a reference, So we have the callback function that's going to set the search box reference and let's create a function that is going to handle the place selection from the search box. So we create a function named onPlaceChange. And we check if there is a search box available. So there's a search box available. We want to get all the places. So we create a constant and search box.get places. So this function is going to render all the places. So when we search for something like England inside the search box, it's going to get us all the list of all like auto suggestions that the Google API is going to provide us with. So if the places and places.length is greater than 0, meaning we have something coming from the Google Map API, we want to get the first element of the places. So that is meaning if a user search for something like England and click on this, we get, so this is going to be the first element. So we get hold of that and update the state so that we can submit it to the backend or the database. So places, we get the first element of the places and set the new report state. Remember the new report state that we created? This one here, and provide. So we are going to spread all the properties from the state. So we spread all the properties and update the location because the user has clicked on a location. So we place.formatted address and we save that. So this is how we handle the place selection from the search box. So now we are about to work on the Gemini API. So this is where the Google Gemini API implementation starts. So we have to create a function to handle the input changes in the form and create a function that is going to handle the file upload. And we check the Gemini documentation. Click on Quick Start and select Node.js. So these are documentation on how to use Gemini API key. We have already installed the generative AI package and exported our API key. We've already imported this as well. So for this project, we are going to use Gemini Vision, which is going to accept our image and analyze it for us. So it's going to analyze the waist type, the estimated amount, and the confidence score. So we click on Vision, and on the Vision section, it shows us the type of image that we can upload and all that. So you can read more on this and learn how the Vision works behind the scenes. So we have to create a function that is going to handle the file upload and prepare it for the Gemini AI to be able to, analyze it for us. So we can read more on this. So this is an example on how to use the Vision. So you're going to implement something very similar to this. The link of this page will be placed in the description as usual. So let's move back to our code and get things rolling. Let's create a constant named handle input change, which is going to, handle the input changes in the form. And then we create the handle file change. So change event, we have HTML input element or HTML select element. We are going to distract the name and value from the event.target. And once we are done with that, we are going to update the new report state with what we have. So we spread the new report, meaning we already spread what we have in the state, the report state, and update the name. So the name here is going to be the name of the input field. So if the name is, what do we have in the state? So if the name is location, we are going to update the location. So the name of the field, location, and the value is going to be updated. If the name is waste type, it's going to be updated. So let's create a function to handle the file upload. Handle file change. This is going to be an event. The handle file accepts an event that contains everything about the file. So it's going to be a change event type, which is an HTML input element. So if we check if the event.target.file and event.target.files 0. So what we are checking here is if there is a file, and if a file exists, we want to do the following. So we want to create a constant selected file, which is going to be the event.target.files, and this is going to get us the details of the file uploaded or selected. And we set the file to set selected file to this constant here. And we create a constant named reader. So this is going to read the file for us. So file reader is an object, and on the reader we have a function called onload. So this onload function is having a callback, which is going to be an event. Let's represent that by an event. And this event contains the image URL, the temporal image URL. So that is going to help us, handle the review. That's going to help us handle the preview. So set preview e.target result as string. And we have reader.read as data URL selected file. So we have this, and it's going to handle the file upload. So when we check the Gemini documentation, it only works with base 64 string. Let me check something here. Gemini. So you see we have the return type data is base 64, and that is what the Gemini API is expecting. It's expecting a base 64 string from the image. So we send the base 64 string to the model, and it's going to perform the analysis for us. So we create a constant read file as base 64, promise string and we are going to return a new promise. So we have two arguments, resolve and reject. So what this is going to do is to read, you're going to create a constant to read the file. So we call the file reader object. And using the file reader object, we access the function onload, reader.onload. We have resolve, reader.result, a string, we have reader.onError, reject, and we have reader.read as data URL. Provide a file, this argument here. And what this function is doing is just to convert the file to base 64 string. That is what the Gemini API is expecting. So let's create the function that is going to verify the waste using Google Generative AI. So the name of the function is going to be handle verify. And this is going to be an async function. So if there is no file uploaded, we want to return. We don't want to run everything in this code. And before we start communicating to the Google Generative AI, we have to set the verification status to verifying. So set verification status to one of the status, so verifying. And we write a try catch block here. So inside here, we are going to create this variable generative AI, gen AI, which is going to hold the initialization of the Google Generative AI. So we pass in the Gemini API key. It accepts the Gemini API key. So let's add as any to this as well. As any, scroll all the way back to this function. And we have the generative AI variable created. So now let's create a variable for the model. So the model is going to be on the generative AI that we initialized. So we have generative AI, this one here, dot get generative model. So this is going to be the function that is going to allow us to specify the model that we want to use. We have a lot of models in the Gemini family, but we are going to use Gemini 1.5 Flash. So this is the model that we are going to use. If you want to read more about which kind of model that we can use, go back to this documentation site and learn more about that. So back to the function. Once we define the model type that we want to use, we create a constant for the base 64 data. The base 64 data, which we are going to call the function that is going to convert the file to a base 64 string for us. So I'll call read file base 64 and provide a file as a parameter, right? This accepts a file as a parameter. So the read file base 64, this function here accepts a file. So this is going to return the base 64 data And we create a constant for the image part, which is part of the documentation from the Gemini AI. So image parts, where is it? Image parts. So this side over here, inline data, we create a data and also the MIME type. So the image part is going to be an object which is going to have this property, inline data. And this inline data is going to have the data, and the data is supposed to be a base 64 string. So you're going to split that by a comma. So this is how we do it, okay? This is how we do it. And we provide a MIME type. The MIME type is going to be available on the file state and the type property. So the type So the important part of this is going to be the prompt. So the prompt you're going to use is going to be able to instruct the Gemini AI to return a JSON format for us of the waste type, the quantity, and confidence score or level. The prompt is going to be like this. So the prompt says, you are an expert in waste management and recycling. Analyze this image and provide 1, the type of waste. So the AI is going to provide the type of waste for us as we've instructed it here. 2, estimate the quantity or amount in kg or liters. And 3, the confidence level in the assessment as a percentage. So we have to tell the Gemini AI in the prompt that we want a JSON format response. So we say respond in JSON format like this. So you have an object of waste type, the type of waste, the quantity, and the confidence. So once we are done creating our prompt, we are going to create a constant named result. And this is going to be passed. So we have await model. So the model we created here, the variable we created here, model.generate content. So the generate content accept, an array as a parameter. Accept an array as an argument. So the array, we are going to have the prompt to be the first object we pass in the generate content array. So the prompt is this one here. And secondly, and the second argument is going to be the image part. Where is the, so this part is going to be the image part. We spread the image part because it could be one or more images, right? So you have that. And we create a constant for response equals await result.response. So after the AI has generated the content, it's being stored in the result. And to get the actual response, we access the response property in the result object. And to get the test of the response, we also have to call the test function. So on the response object, we call the test. So now that we have the test, we have to pass it and, display the results in the front end. So we create a try catch. And this side is going to have a constant parse result. So the parse result remember, we are getting the text as a JSON. So you have to pass it That's why we are doing this here. And we check in the parse result if the waste type exists and the quantity exists, and also the confidence exists. We want to set the verification result, whatever data we passed, to the passed result, and set the verification status to success. And then we update the new report state. To set new report, we spread the state, report state, and update the type to be the passed result dot waste type. And we also update the amount. The amount is going to be passed result dot quantity. So else, if we don't have the waste type, the quantity, and the confidence, you want to throw an error. So console.error, invalid verification result. And set the verification state to failure. Status to failure. So in the catch block, we want to do basically the same thing. So we want to console.log an error and set the verification state to failure as well. So the message is going to be failed to pass as JSON. We have error verifying waste. So we have the handle verify function created. So next, let's move on to the handle form submission. When the user click on verify waste, when the user click on submit report, this is going to be the function that is going to be triggered. To constant handle submit. We have async react.form event, and we want to prevent the default behavior of the form. So we check if verification status is not equal to success, or we don't have any user available. What we are going to do is to show a toast. So we imported the toast up at the top over there, and this is going to show an error that says, please verify the waste before submitting or log in. And then we return from the handle submit function. So we are not going to execute anything else. And right after this, we want to set the is submitting to true. So we have a try catch block here. We create a constant for the report, await, create report. So we don't have this function yet. And this is going to be an action function which we are going to create in the database. Okay. So we have to move back to actions and create the create report function. So back to actions. So to create the create report function, we have to do it this way, async function, create report. And this function is going to accept a couple of parameters. So the first one is going to be the user ID. Which is going to be a number, a location, going to be the string. So the location of where the waste is being reported from. And we have waste type, string, amount, string, the amount of waste, image URL, which is an optional parameter or argument, string. We have a type, waste type. We have a type. And we have verification result, which is also going to have an any, which is going to have an any type. So inside the code block, we are going to have this try catch. And inside the try, and inside the try block, we are going to distract the reports. After we are done inserting the report, we want to get the report back and return it to the front end. So we call on the insert function from the DB. And where are we inserting this to? Into the report collection. So we have to import that from schema. The report and insert into report. So what are the values that we want to insert? So the values are going to be an object. So we want to insert user ID, location, waste type, the amount, image URL, verification result, and status. So the default value of the status is going to be pending. So this status is going to determine whether, the waste has been collected or not. So it says pending. And we have that dot returning and dot execute. So when the user reports a waste, we want to reward them with 10 tokens. So we create a constant point and going to be 10. So this is the variable that is going to, hold the amounts of token that a user is going to be rewarded when they report a waste. And after that, we are going to update the reward point. So we have to create that function and also create a transaction record for the endpoint and create a notification for the user about the endpoint. So we are going to create these three functions and call them inside here. The first one is going to be the update reward point. Second one is going to be create transaction. And the third one is going to be create notification. So let's start with the update reward point. So we create that over here. So we create a constant, export async function. update reward point. And this is going to accept a user ID, a number, points to add, and we are going to run the following code. Inside here, we are going to create a constant for the updated results reward. Await db.update. So we are updating the reward table, right? The rewards table. So we import that, and we have set. So which fields are we updating? So you want to update the points, and we are going to perform an SQL calculation here. So we create a template string, SQL, a template string, and so you're going to have reward dot point, that's a previous point or whatever point that we have in the database, and update it with the new point that is being rewarded to the user. So points to add, that's argument over here, which we are going to pass it down from this function, create report function. So we have that, and where we want to update it where the reward.user_id equals the user ID. So reward the user ID equals the user ID. We have dot returning and dot execute. And we return the updated reward. And for the error, we are going to log the error. Error updating reward point. Save that, return now. So we have the update reward point function created. So we can call it here. We have await update reward point. We give it the user ID and the point end. So we have that, and next we are going to create the create transaction function also beneath the update reward point, and create the create notification function as well. So let's create the create transaction function. So I'll move to this side here, export async function, create transaction. This function is going to have the user ID as a parameter, which is going to be a number, and the transaction type. So we are going to have types of transaction. So we are going to have the end report type of transaction, and we are going to have the end collect. So when the user collects a waste, we are going to have that type as well, and a redeemed type. So when the user redeem their points, that is also going to be a transaction type. We have the amount, which is going to be a number, a type of number, and the description is going to be a string. So inside this function, we are going to have this, and we are going to insert the user ID, the type of transaction, the amount, and the description inside the transaction table. So you have db.insert into the transaction. So let's move here. We have that imported here. And these are going to be the values that we want to insert inside the transactions. The user ID, the type, amount, and description. Dot returning and dot execute. And finally, we return the transaction. Perfect. So let's log the error here, console error, and we are going to have error creating transactions. That is going to have this error E, and we throw an error E. All right, so we have the create transaction function created. So we scroll to the top and we are going to call that over here. So we await, since this is an async function, we create transactions. We call the function and we provide all the arguments that are required. So end report. So the type of transaction is going to be end report. Since this is going to be the transaction that is going to be created when the user creates a report. And the point end and the description. So point and from reporting waste or reporting waste. We have that, and finally we are going to create the notification function. So create notification function. So we create that over here. We have export async function, create notifications. And we have the user ID, which is going to be a number. We have the message of the notification, which is going to be a string. And we have the type of notification, which is going to be a type of string. So we have that, and what do we have here? So function. All right, so we have a try catch as usual. And inside the try, we are going to have constant to distract notification equals await db.insert. So we are going to insert into the notification schema. So we have that imported up at the top here. Notification schema and the values, dot values, and the values that we are going to save is going to be the user ID, the message, and the type. Dot returning and dot execute. So we return the distracted value notification. So after this has been inserted, it's going to return the notification inserted into the database. And for the error, we are going to have console.error, which is going to be error catching, creating notification. Error creating notification. And we have E as our error. So finally, we can call that here. So we have the await create notification, and we provide the user ID, we provide the message, which is going to be, so this is going to be a template string. So we have you have, and we have the point here, point end. So we have end, any amount of points, and the variable here, this one here, and we add point or reporting waste. And finally, we are going to add the last argument, which is the type of notification. So this is going to be reward. Beautiful. And we are going to return report, return now, and error. We write this error to the screen, error creating report. Beautiful. So we are going to move back to the report page over here and call the create report from actions. Create report, we provide the user.id. So you are getting the ID from the user state. So we are going to create a function that is going to fetch us the logged in user. So you're going to get the user ID on that object. And user ID, new report dot location. Remember, the create report is accepting all these arguments. So you can check the actions for that argument. And we have new report dot type, new report dot amount, and we have preview, undefined. So if you don't have any image URL, we want to just insert undefined into the database. And we have verification result, which is either going to be a JSON.stringify of the verification result, or we are going to have undefined. So user ID as any. Move back here. So we are going to create a constant for formatted report. So this object is going to help us at this side here, the recent report. So these are the objects, that are going to be rendered in the recent report. So when the user submits a report, we save that to the state, and upon refresh, we fetch all the recent reports from the database. So before we display the report coming from the database, as soon as the user submits a report, we want to save that in the state over here. So this is the object that's going to handle that. We have report.id, we have location, report.location, we have waste type, report.waste type, we have amount, report.amount, and we have created at. Report.created at .to ISO string split You have that object, and then we set the report, the recent report added. So remember, when we create a report, we are going to get the results distracted into this variable. So that's what we are creating an object for. And this object is going to be updated in the set report state. So we provide the formatted result and spreading all the reports that we are getting. So what this is doing here, so basically we are going to append the recent reports submitted with all the reports we are getting from the database. And we are going to have set new report. We have location, type, amount, and we are going to set the file to null. So after we are done submitting or reporting the report, we want to update all these states and set preview to null. You're going to set verification status to idle and set verification results to null. And we are going to show a toast. So you have a toast dot success, and it's going to be reports submitted successfully. So we have to change this to a template string so that we will be able to have the this one written as this. You have end points for reporting waste. And inside the catch block, we are going to log any error. Error submitting report. And you are going to show a toast if there is an error. It's going to be failed to submit report. Please try again. And we have finally the finally block, which is going to run regardless being it's an error or we have a successful run. So that is going to set is submitting to false. We save that. We are going to have a use effect that is going to check the user authentication and fetch the recent report. A use effect. And we create a constant check user async constant email local storage. Remember, we save the user email inside our local storage. So we're going to get hold of that email and pass it into the get user by email function to get the actual user. The logged in user. So you have get item and the name of the state or the object in the local storage is user email. So we have user email and we check if the email exists. What do we want to do? If the email exists, we want to create a variable named user. And this is going to get the logged in user by using this function, get user by email. We created this function inside the actions and we pass in the email. We have the email here. So we set the user state to the new logged in user. So that is if a user has logged in. So after that, we are going to create a constant to get recent reports from the database. So I'll wait get recent reports. Obviously, we don't have this function created. So we move back to actions and create this function. So let me close most of these so that we have a clear and a clean, workspace. So inside the actions, we are going to create that export async function, get recent reports. There's going to be a very simple function that is going to have a limit as a number. So the limit is an argument which is going to have a default number of 10 unless we specify any. And we have the try catch as usual. So inside the try block, we have a constant report equals await db.select from reports. And we want to order by descending order in terms of the created at date. Created at limit equals limit dot execute and inside here we are going to have console.error. It says error. If you have any error, you want to write this to the console. So recent error fetching recent reports. And then we log the actual error object. And return an empty array if there is nothing. So we don't get any error in the front end. So let's call that here get recent report. So if there is no email, and next we are going to create a variable for the formatted report. We have a constant formatted report because we want to format the date. Let's map. So we loop through all the recent reports. We spread the reports and modify the created at date. So you want to have this report.created at on the report object. We have a created at field, right? And what we want to do is to change the date format to ISO string dot split. And we have T0. So what all this is doing here is to convert the date into this format. This format right here. Awesome. So let's make this as any and provide a type for this as any. And we are good to go. So after we are done, we set the report. We update the state to formatted reports. So if there is no email, what do you want to do? We want to redirect the user router.push to the home page. And we are going to call this function here, check user, and provide this dependency. So anytime the router change, we want to re-render this use effect or the side effect. So we are done creating all the functions and the use effect that we are going to be needing in this page. So what is left is to, just work on the actual component. So we are going to return a div. So we have the div here, class name, P8, mass width of 4XL, MS Auto, and we have the header H1, which says report waste, and that is going to have these class properties. So we want to have the text size to be 3SL, we want the font to be semi-bold, MB6, text gray, 800, and let's give this a save, move to the localhost port 3000. So let's click on report waste. So we have report waste, the title here. So we are going to create this section to have the upload and the verify waste button and also the submit report button before we create this section here. Let's just do that. We're going to create a form, and the action, we already have the action created. It's going to be handle submit. On submit, sorry, not action, but on submit. And we have these class names. So background of white, a padding of 8, rounded 2SL, shadow large, margin bottom of 12. So this is just going to create this here. So as we can see, so I am not going to focus so much on the CSS styling because that is a different topic altogether. So most of the CSS styles are going to be copied, and I'll just brush over what they are being used for inside the code. So we are going to create a div here. And what this, so inside the form, we have this div here, right? Upload waste and this upload file button. So we are going to create that and the verify waste button as well. So I'm going to paste that here. So what all this is doing here is to render the upload waste section. So when I move back, you can see we have the upload waste image here with the upload a file button. So next, we are going to create a section for the preview. A section for the preview. So this section for the preview is going to be preview. So we have a state called preview. So remember we created this line here. On line 43, we created a state for preview. So we are going to check if there is a preview, and this is updated when we upload an image. So if there is a preview, we want to show this div here, and the source of the image is going to be whatever data URL that we saved inside the state. And we have these styles and class names over here. And the button, and we are going to have the verify waste button. Let's create that. You're going to have a type button, On click, handle verify, class name, width full, MB8, and we want the background of the button to be blue, 600. And when we hover on this button, we want to show a different shade of the blue. And also give the text of the button a text color of white, PY3, and all these styles. So we are also going to provide this state here. So disabled. So we want to make this button disabled if there is no file or if the verification status is equal to verifying. And when the user clicks on this button to verify their results or waste, we are going to check if the verification status equals verifying. If that is the case, we want to show a loader that the waste is being verified by the AI, or we display verify waste. So the loader is going to be an icon from Lucid React. So we're going to have the loader, we have the class name, animate spin, -ml, margin left of 1, margin right of 3, height of 5, width of 5, and a text of white. And we add this to the button text, verifying. Beautiful. So we have just that. When we move back to localhost port 3000, we can see we have the button disabled because there is no file selected and the verification status is not equal to verified. So we have verify waste here, which is disabled because we don't have any file uploaded yet. So if the verification is successful, you want to display this card here, which is going to contain all the information about the verification results coming in from the AI. So I'll copy that, paste that here. Verification status equals success. And that is going to have a circle check and a div to display the verification statement. So we have that as well. So over here, I'm going to have the code for the input element. When we check the finished project, we have all these input elements here, waste type and estimated amount. So we are going to have that. We are going to create that over here. So we are going to have a div, provide a class name, grade calls 1, MD grade calls 2, and a gap of 8. Margin bottom of 8. So this is going to be the div to control all the input elements beneath this button here. So we create a div and we have a label for the location. And this is going to have the name location and a class name. So you want to block class test SM. We have block test small, font medium, test gray 700, margin bottom 1 for the label. So you're going to have is loaded. So what this is loaded is doing is to make sure we have the JS API loader initialized. If you don't have this initialized, you're going to run into an error. So this is loaded is the state that is going to confirm that we have this use JS API loader initialized. So we check if loaded. So if the state is loaded for us to be able to render the Google location suggestion, if it is loaded, we want to have the standalone search box, which we already have here. We have it here from the React Google Maps API. And we have onload to be onload. And onPlaceChange is to be the onPlaceChange function that we created. So all these have been created up at the top here. So we have that over here. And within this, standalone search box, we are going to have an input. So this is going to be the input, and the input is having a type of text, the ID of location, the name location, and the value of the input is going to be new report the location. So we created this function to handle all the input changes in the application. So back to that, and this is going to be a required field, and we have the class to style the input, and we have a placeholder. So if loaded, right, we want to return this. Else, we want to return this. Else, we want to return a normal input. So this is going to be a very normal input without the Google API loader. So we have to do this and do the check-ins, else we are going to run into an error if the loader is not loaded yet. So we have that, and so this is how we render the Google Map API. So next, we are going to create a div for the other input type. So the waste type and the estimated amount. So all these are going to be copied and pasted here, and we have the input for estimated amount and input for waste type. So the value of the waste type and the value of the estimated amount is going to come from the AI when we verify the results. So when we check the function that says handle verify, when we get the response from the AI, we update the set new report state. So the new report state is going to be updated with the results coming from the AI. So that is exactly what we are displaying here. So new report the location, new report dot type, and new report dot amount. So these are going to be populated inside the input area when we verify the result. So we have all these, and so finally let's have the button for uploading or submitting the report. We have the button here, and so we have the submit report button. Beautiful. So the last part is going to be the recent report. So we have to create that over here. So back to the code. Beneath the form, you create an H2, which is going to have the recent report. The class name, we have the text 3XL, font semi-bold, margin bottom of 6, text gray 800. And we save that, move back, wait for some time, boom, we have recent report here. Reports. Okay. And we are going to create a table. Okay. And we check the complete project. We have a table over here. So we are going to create just that. So we create a div that is going to have the styling of the table. We have class name, background of white. We have rounded to XL, shadow large, overflow hidden. And we have a div here for the table header and the rest. We have a class name, mass of height. So the maximum height of the table is going to be 96. And we have overflow Y to be auto. We have that, and we create the table. We give it a class name, a width of full, and we have T head, the table head, table row, and the table element itself. So we're going to have location, type, amount, and date. So we have all of that here. TH. So we have the location, type, amount, and date with all these class properties. And from the table head, we are going to have the table body, T body. A class name, we have divide Y, divide gray 200. And for the table body, we are going to loop through all the reports. So remember, when we call this use effect here, we are fetching all the recent reports from the database. So we save that in the report state over here. So we loop through all the reports. We have reports.map. And we're going to have a table row, which is going to have these properties. So the key is going to be report ID, and the class name is going to have this class name. And inside the table row, we have table data. So for the table data in the table header location, it is going to be, so we have this class name, px of 6, UI, or white space no wrap, text small, text gray 500. And inside this table data, we have the map pin icon. The map pin from Lucid React, you create the class name, inline block, width of 4, height of 4, margin right of 2, text green 500. And we have reports.location. So we have this beautiful. And for the report.waste, amount, and created at, they are all going to be very similar. I'll copy that and paste them over here. So with that, we created the report page and we can test everything out. So let's test this out. So let's log in first. Beautiful. So you have logged in And I forgot to show you guys the user inserted into the database. When we check on the neon console and refresh this page. So let's move to the users collection, and you can see we have the user being created. So we have email Mens Albert and the name Mens Albert. So everything is created and everything is working beautifully. So let's move back to here and report our first waste. So we upload a file and upload this waste here. Let's click on verify waste. And boom, we have a verification successful. So we have the, we have the waste type, the quantity, and confidence. We also have the waste type being populated in this field. So we don't see them because the text color. So let's change the text color to the whole div. So back to this div here. Let's change the text to gray 800. Save it. And boom, we see we have all the other field being populated. So now let's test the location. So let's test the location out so we can search for anywhere in the world. So landing, and we have our Google auto suggestion for us. So let's say we have this at Luton Airport Way, and let's click on submit report. Perfect. So we have the recent report here. We saw the toast over here as well. So let's move to the database and inspect things. Check if we have something inserted into the database. So starting with the transaction, we have our first transaction recorded. Awesome. Let's check reward. We don't have any reward. Let's move to reports. We have a report. Good. Notifications, we should have something there. We have a notification. And collected waste, we haven't collected any waste yet. So things are looking good and everything is working. So what we are going to do next is and we also have the notification here. Awesome. We have this, we have earned 10 points for reporting waste. Beautiful. So we can see that the reward we had hasn't been updated at this section. So we move back to the layout page and work on that before we continue with the collected waste page. So layout. So we are going to have this use effect here. And what we are doing here is to fetch all the total earnings and pass it to the header component. So first thing first, we create a constant named fetch total earnings. And we provide a try catch block. And we have const to get the user email. So here we want to get all the earnings from the user. So you have to get the email and use the get user by email function to get the said user. So we have local storage.get item, and we have user email, and we have if the user email exists. We want to get the user by email and provide the user email. And if the user exists, we want to get all the available rewards. Available rewards. Await and get available rewards. So we don't have that. So let's create that in the actions file. So inside the actions, so we are going to do what we have been doing. Export async function, get available rewards. Provide the user ID as an argument, which is going to be a number. And we are going to have the try catch. Inside this try catch, we are going to have user transactions. Await get reward transactions. So we already have this user transactions function created, which gets for us all the transactions from a user. So we have user ID and we create a variable for user point, which is going to be the user transactions dot reduce. So we are looping through all the user transactions to get the amount earned by that user. Okay. So we have the total, 2 callbacks, total, and transaction. So let's make these any. And inside this, we are going to return the transaction dot type dot start with. So if the transaction starts with and we want to have the total, we want to add the total. So the total we are getting from the callback to the transaction dot amount. Or we want to take away the transaction dot amount. That's all we are doing here. Or the user point. So if the transaction starts with end, it means we want to add to the accumulator. Else we want to subtract from the accumulator. And we have 0 returned by default. Awesome. And then we create a constant to hold the DB rewards. Await DB.select. We select ID from rewards.id. We have the name, we extract the name. We want to select all these from the reward collection. Rewards.name. We have the cost and description and also collection info. From the rewards to where the reward is available is equal to true. So if the reward is available, you want to match or check if the reward available is true. That means the user is eligible for a reward. And we execute this. So the next point is to combine all the user's point and database rewards. Okay. So we have that here, all rewards, which we want to have an array of objects. So this object is having an ID of 0, the name is your point, cost, user point, description, redeem, endpoint, collection info, point, end from reporting and collecting waste. And we spread the database rewards. After we are done with that, we can return all rewards. And we are going to log the errors. Error fetching available rewards. Return an empty array. So we have the get available reward created. Let's move back here and call the get available rewards, which you're going to pass the user.id as a param, as an argument. And what do we do with the available rewards? We set the total earnings to the available rewards. As any. And we have console.error that says error fetching total earning. So if you have any error, you're going to render that in the console. So beautiful. We have the fetch earnings function created. You're going to call it here. You're going to have an empty dependency array to ensure that this effect runs only once on the component mount. Let's give this a save. Move back to the header. Refresh this page. And we have the points over here. So far, so good. So we have the points updated here, notification showing beautifully, and a user can report a waste. But there is a problem here. We are not able to see the recent report. So when we move back to the actions, we didn't return the reports. So we have to return that. So return reports. And this should work. And we have the recent report working. So the issue was that we didn't return the report. So once that was returned, we had the recent report showing. So next, we are going to work on the collect waste, the rewards, and the leaderboard. So back to this application, let's create a new folder named collect. And inside here, we are going to create page.tsx. I'm going to copy all these icons and UI components from Lucid React, Hot Toast, and component button. So we are going to need an input button here, but it seems you don't have an input button installed. So we move to CN and search for input. Click on input. Copy this command and paste it here. Install it over here. So we are going to have the input installed. So we have the input installed. You can see it in the component UI and input. We have input here. So next, we are going to call the Gemini AI, import the Gemini Google Generative AI. We are going to import that, and we are going to have the Gemini API key. So back to report, we're going to copy the Gemini API key. We have that here. So we are going to create a type for collecting the task. So we have type collection task. ID, number, location, string, waste type, string. You're going to have the amount of the total weight of the package. That's going to be a string, since we are going to add kilograms or liters to it. And the status is going to be either pending, in progress, completed, or verified. So we have that. The date is going to be string. And we have collector ID to be number or now. So we have the type created and the items per page. So when we check this one here, the completed website, you can see we have these items here. So on each page, we want to have 5 items. So you have a pagination here. Beautiful. Okay, so let's have items page equals 5. And we are going to export default, a function, collect page, and create all these states. So we are going to have a state for task, for holding all the tasks, which are going to be these tasks. And we are going to have a loading state. When I refresh this page, you can see we have a loading, this loading state. And we are going to have hovered waste type state. We are going to have a search term, so a user can search for the waste. So you're going to have a state for that. You're going to have a state for the current page as well, and a state for the user. All right. So I'll copy that and paste all of them over here. So we have these states created. So you can pause this video and copy everything here. So we are going to create a use effect, and this use effect is going to fetch the users and task. So use effect, fetch user and task. Async, and we are going to set loading to true. If we are fetching the user's task, we're going to set the loading to true, and we are going to fetch the user. So constant user email, equals local storage dot get item. Remember, we save the user email in the local storage state. So we get hold of that and we check if the user email exists. If the user email exists, we want to get the fetched user. Await get user by email, get user by email, and we pass in the user email. So once we fetch the user, we are also going to make a check that if the fetched user exists, or if you're getting something from the database, we are going to set the user to the fetched user. Anything else, we are going to toast an error. So we have toast.error, which is going to be user not logged in. Please log in. So we have that. And for this one also, we are going to have a toast of error, which says user. So this is supposed to be user not found. And please log in again. And this is going to be user not logged in. Please log in. So we have this and we are going to fetch the task. So we are done fetching the user. The next thing is to fetch the task. So this is going to list all the tasks that we have in the database. So the tasks are basically the report that has been, the waste that has been reported by users. So you have that, and we are going to create a constant for fetch task equals await get waste collection task. So we know we don't have this function. So let's move to actions and create that. So we do what we have been doing. Just create an export async function and have the get waste collection task. Let's copy this. And this is going to have a limit. And the limit is going to have a default value of 20 if we don't specify any. And inside here, we want to, select the waste collection task from the report table. You're going to have const task equals await db dot select, and we have the ID, report ID. We get the report ID, the location, the waste type, and all the other fields that we are going to be needing from the report collection. So I'll paste those here. And we have that. So from the report collection, report dot limit is going to be limit the argument and dot execute. And then we are going to return task dot map. So the reason why we are having this task dot map is to modify the date field, because we don't want to show the raw date string we want to modify it into year, month, and day. So we spread the task as usual, and we modify the date. The date is going to be task.date to ISO string the split T, and we have 0 here, and we are going to return an empty array, and we are going to throw an error if there is an error. Awesome. Let's just log the error, because once we throw the error, this means the return can't, return the empty array. And we are going to get an error at the front end because we are going to loop through the task. And if this doesn't return any array, should in case we have an error fetching the report, is going to cause a problem. So let's just log it using console.log, and we have error fetching waste collection task. We have the function created to get waste collection task. So if we have that fetched from the database, we are going to set it to the state. So set task to the fetch task. We give that a save, and we are going to log the error. Error fetching user and task, and show a toast. Dot error, and we have failed to load user data and task. Please try again. We're going to have the finally block, which is going to set the loading to false. So this is going to run regardless we having an error or not, and call the fetch user and task function here. Provide an empty list of dependencies for the use effect. We have the use effect created. So next, we are going to have this state. So the state for a selected task, a state for the verification image, a state for the verification status, a state for verification result, and a state for the reward itself. So I'm going to paste that, and this is going to be the state that is going to hold the selected task. When the user clicks on maybe complete and verify, that is going to be the state to handle that. And we have the verification image. So when the user clicks on complete and verify and uploads an image, so let's take this image for example, upload this image, it shows something here. You want to have a state to handle that. So the state to handle that is going to be this verification image, and we have the verification status, which is going to be either ideal, verifying success or failure. And we have the verification result. So the result coming from the AI, you're going to have a state for that, and the reward state, right? So the reward gained by collecting the waste. So you have a constant handle handle status change. So when the user clicks, we see this status here, in progress, verified, and all that. So these are the status change, and we are having a function to handle that. So that's the function we are creating right now. So that function is going to have this task ID as a number. So these are going to be the argument, and we are going to have a new status to be the collection task, and you're going to have the status. So new status is going to be collection task status, because when we check the state over here, where is it? Collection task. This one here, we have the status field. So we want the new status to be of that. And if there is no user, we want to show a toast that is going to say, please log in to collect waste, and return. You're going to have the try catch block. Inside this try, we are going to create a constant to have the updated task. So remember, I said the status are going to be changed and other fields are going to be updated so that we know the state of the waste that was reported. To update task status is going to be the first function to be updated. And this function here is going to have a task ID, because we want to know the actual task, the new status, whether being it, reward, whether being it verified, in progress, or any other status. We have the new status and we have the user.id. So this function doesn't exist yet. You have to create that in the actions. So back to actions. So this function is going to be very simple. We have export async function, update task status. It's going to have a report ID, a number, and we are going to have the new status to be a string, collector ID to be a number. So you're going to have try catch, and this is going to have constant update data. So what we want to do here is to get hold of the status, so new status, and we are going to check if the collector ID is not equal to undefined. We want to update data.collectorID to the collector ID. So here we are just preparing the update data, right? So the next thing we are going to do is to update the status of the specified report. So we create a constant. We're going to have update report, await db.update the reports .set, and this is going to have the update data at where. So we have the EQ wherever the reports ID .id is equal to the report ID. We want to update that field, returning, and execute. So once we have that, then we return the update report. We're going to have console.error, error updating task status. And throw error. So back to the page of the collect, we are going to, call the function update task status. Okay. Update task status, the task ID. So there is a mistake here. So task ID. How did I spell it this way? So it's supposed to be, task ID this way. And you're going to have that task ID. So anytime you call this function, handle change function, we want to have the task ID changed. Status change, sorry, the task status change. And if we are getting something from the database, we want to check if the update task has gotten something from the DB and set the task to the task state. So we have this task state here. To set task, this state over here. So this state is having the type of collection task. So we have to create, update that to the state. So we check if updated task exists or we have something from database. Set task is going to be task.map. We map through all the tasks that we are getting. And what we want to do, so let's have this. So we want to check if the task.id is equal to the task ID. So the ID coming from the database and the ID passing in as an argument, if they are the same, you want to spread the task, update the status to new status, update the collector ID to user.id. Else, we just want to have the task. Awesome. And there's going to be a toast here. The success. Task status updated successfully. So all we are doing here is to update the set task state. So we loop through all the tasks, we loop through all the tasks coming from this side, the set task that we are fetching from the get waste collection task. We loop through each and every one of them and we match wherever the task ID equals the task ID from the database equals what we are getting from the argument of this function. This handle status change function. If that is the case, we spread all the tasks, we update the status, update the collector ID, else we just render the task. Okay. And we have a toast of success, else you're going to have a toast of error. So failed to update task status. Please try again. And over here, we're going to log console.error, error updating task status. And we are going to have a toast of error. I'll copy this. Fail to update task status. Please try again. So we have all these. And Next, we are going to create the function to handle the image upload. So as we did in the report, things are going to be very same. So we're just going to copy most of this into the collect page, because it's going to be the same logic and flow for uploading and analyzing results using the Gemini AI. We've already done that in the report, so we don't reinvent the wheel. I'll just copy everything from handle image upload, only if we have a function of that handle image upload. We don't have handle image upload, so let's recreate that. Okay, so let's move back and create it. Constant handle image upload. It's going to be a React change event, have an HTML attribute type. Input element type. So we create a constant file equals e.target.files. And we have if file, we create a constant reader equals new file reader, and reader.onload end. We set the verification image to the reader.result as string. And once we have that, we are going to have reader.read as data URL. We have file. So what this is doing here is to have or pick the file uploaded, and we check if there is indeed a file. We create a constant for reader, which is going to be an object. So we are going to initialize file reader, and on this file reader object we have a function named onloadEnd, so which means the image has been loaded successfully. So if that is the case, we want to set the verification image to the reader.result, which is going to hold a string, a temporal string of the uploaded image and show a preview of it, right? And we have the reader read as data URL. This is going to return the temporal image URL, so that we will be able to view it inside an HTML element. And we have this function here for the read file as base 64. As I explained in the report section, this is what the Gemini AI is expecting. Okay. So the final and the most important part is the handle verify function, which is going to behave very similar to that we created in the report. Okay. So if you haven't watched that, I repeat again, go and watch that, because I'll just be copying and pasting most of the code here. This video is taking so much time and I don't want to prolong it further. So if you want to check if there is no selected task, because before a user can verify an image, the task should be selected. So if there is no selected task, and if there is no verification image, or if there is no user, what do you want to do? You want to show an error. So you have a toast.error, and we have missing required information or verification. And we return this. And we set verification status to verifying, because once we pass this side, we want to set the verification status to verifying, indicating that we are starting the verification process. Try catch. And within this try block, we are going to paste this code here. So this is going to initialize the Gemini AI, and this is going to, be the variable that is going to hold the model. You're going to use Gemini 1.5 Flash. All this has been explained in the report section. So go back to that and watch the explanation. We have base 64, image part, and we have the prompt. I'll copy the prompt over here and paste it. So we have the prompt. So this is going to be the prompt. You are an expert in waste management and recycling. Analyze this image and provide 1. Confirm if the waste type matches selected task.waste type. So this is what we are doing here. We already have the waste, okay? And it have a type. So you want to check, you want the AI to check if the selected task, is the same. So once the AI confirm, it's going to return a waste type. So you should compare if they are the same. That's the first command. And the second command is to estimate if the quantity matches. So it is going to estimate if the quantity also matches, right? And 3, it should have a confidence level in its assessment. So we want the response to be in a JSON format. So you have the waste type to be either true or false, the quantity match to be true or false, and the confidence should be, between 0 and 1. So this is all what we are, telling the Gemini AI to do for us. So we have results and await model.generate content. So we store the result from generate content. We have the prompt and the image part. The AI is going to analyze this prompt and have the image as well, generate a content for us, being stored, and it's going to be stored in the result. We get hold of the response by getting the response property from the result and getting the text from the response.text function. We have all these, and we are going to have a try catch again. And this time, we are going to pass the data as we did in the report. So when we check, we pass the data. So basically, things are going to be the same here. So we are going to have all these pasted over here. So we are passing the data and saving it inside the verification results object or state. And we set the verification status to true. And once we are done with, passing the results, we also want to have a check. So we want to check if the pass result.waste type exists and the quantity match exists, and also the pass result confidence score is greater than 0.7. So you have that here. If pass result.waste type exists, and we check for quantity match and also the confidence score. If it is greater than 0.7, we want to do the following. So the first thing we want to do is to call the handle status change, the function we've already created, and it's going to accept the selected task.id and the status. So we want to change the status to verified, because we have verified the waste, and we want to calculate the end reward. So this is how we calculate the end reward. Math.floor, math.random, 50 plus 10. What this is going to do is to create a reward between the number 10 and 59. Between the number 10 and 59. I know this isn't the best algorithm to calculate the reward for each waste. We could have, created a better algorithm for that, and I'm not going to create the algorithm, so you can do it yourself. Maybe try and consider or take into consideration the confidence call, the weight of the quantity type of the waste, the type, and all that into consideration. Calculate a good reward point for the user. And we are going to have a function to save the reward. So you don't have that yet. So save reward equals user.id and reward. We pass in the end reward. So the save reward function has not been created yet. So you move back to the actions and create the save reward function. So this save reward is going to have these arguments. You're going to have the user ID, a number. You're going to have an amount, a number, and yeah, that will be it for the argument. So we are going to create a constant reward equals await db.insert, because you want to save the reward inside the reward db field or collection. So we want to insert the user ID, the name of the reward, the collection info, the points, the level, and if it's available. So I have that in the object. So the user ID, so why do I have these errors? So you don't have an amount, create an amount, and user ID, object literal specify. Let's make this any to save ourselves from any trouble. So why isn't this working? User ID, and number. So we made a mistake here. So instead of we having this whole object to be in the values function, we are adding it into the insert. The insert accepts only one argument, which is the collection name. We have to provide the collection name rewards. And we have dot values, right? And this is going to work. We have dot values, and you're going to have dot returning as usual and dot execute. We have that. So let's check the reward collection side by side and see if there is something missing. The reward user ID exists. We have points. So there is no level attribute inside the reward collection. So I'll get rid of that. After we are done executing this, we are going to create a transaction. We pass in the user ID and collected, amount, and points, and or collecting waste. And finally, so let's put this in the try catch block. I'm going to have console.log error. You're going to have this and throw the error. Beautiful. So now we can call the save reward. And we are also going to have this function here that is going to save the collected waste. So this function is going to save the collected waste, which is going to have the selected task.id, the user.id, and the parsed result. You have to save the collected waste once a user has collected them and verified them. So we create that in the actions. So for this function, I'll copy it and paste it here. So we have that and collected waste. We don't have the collected waste schema, so let's call it collected waste. So this collected waste is having a report ID, collector ID, and verification results. And we put everything into a try-catch block. We have the collected waste here. We insert these values inside the collected waste schema. So you have the report ID, collector ID, collection date, and the status. Return, execute, and return the collected waste. We throw any error that may happen. And back to this side, we can call the save collected waste. So once we have that, we are going to set the reward state to the end reward, right? End reward, and also show a toast message that is going to say verification successful and the amount of token that the user has earned. So this is going to do just that for us. We save the state and we have the toast over here. And we have an else. So if we don't have the confidence score to be greater than 7 and the waste type match and quantity match doesn't also tally, what do we want to show? We want to toast an error that is going to say verification failed, right? And we are going to have these error messages. For the second try-catch block, we are going to have the console.log error, and we log this and status verification status and set verification status to failure. And also we have this, error message for the first try-catch block. And with just that, we are done. So let's create, when the user search for a task inside here, all we are doing is just to filter through the array of tasks that we have. So this function is going to loop through all the tasks. So what this is going to do is to convert all the location to lowercase, and then the query is going to be, search using the includes function in JavaScript to return whatever, location that has been searched. So we have, when I search for any of these, is going to work. So Gilbert, and there we have it. We have Gilbert filtered. And finally, we create the function for the pagination. So the pagination is going to have a constant that is going to hold the page count. So the page, how do we get the page count? So we have this mass.ceil function. We get the filtered task.length and divide them by item per page. And when the user clicks on the next or previous, we do the calculation over here and update update the state. We slice the first 5 based on the items per page. We slice those out and then we render the next section. Let's return the main div where everything is going to happen. So we have a div here, class name P4, we have SM P6, padding 6. On a large screen, we want the padding around this whole div to be 8 and max width is going to be 4XL. We have MX Auto. And then we have this header here that is going to show the waste collection task. So when I move to localhost port 3000 and click on collect waste, so we have an error, import error from console. Where does it say action? Import error from console. Let's get rid of this and search for error. Move back to the site. Oops. So this is supposed to be E and E. Move back and we have waste collection task. Go back to collect. So this div is going to have the search input. So you have the search input here. So next we have this here. If the page is loading, we want to show this spinner. So this spinner is going to be shown if the page is loading. Else, what do we want to show? We want to render the list of all the tasks. So we have a code for that. And since this is lengthy, I'll copy them and explain everything line by line. So before I paste the code here, let's make one more changes. And I scroll all the way up to this side. I made a mistake here. This is supposed to be date, not data. So you want to get the date of the collection task. So now we can paste the code over here. So what this code is doing is very basic and simple. Let me comment the status badge here. We are going to create that in a second. So this code is mapping through the paginated task. This one here. And we are, where is it? And we are displaying a card. So the card contains, the map pin with the task, the location. We have the trash icon, which shows the waste type. So over here, we are doing something here. Since the waste type is very long, we are truncating it. And when the user hover upon the waste type, we show the full length. Okay. So that is what this is doing over here. We display the amount, the date, and we have this button here that is going to show, this state. And we have this side here. So we are checking if the task, the status is pending. We want to render this button, start collecting, because it means there is no one, no one has attempted to collect the waste yet. And if the status is in progress, it means someone has clicked on the start collecting and the status has been updated to in progress. So they can click on complete and verify to verify the waste. And if the task is in progress and the user logged in is not the same user who started the collection, we are going to show in progress by another collector. And we have task.status. If it is verified, we are going to show reward end. Over here, when the user click on start collecting, we update the status. That is what this function is doing here. On click, we update the status. We do same for this side. And here, when the user click on complete and verify, we set the selected task, and I think that will be it for this side. So the badge is not going to be shown because we haven't created the badge component yet. So let's create the status badge and, complete the other side of this code before we test everything out. So we are going to scroll the way down here and have this code. So you can pause it and copy the code. So all we are doing here is to show different status, status badge. When we check this one, we have verified, and each of the status badge is having an icon. So being it in progress, being it pending, completed, or verified. So you have the state config over here. And we are distracting all these from the state config and just rendering them inside the span. And we are going to have, so let's uncomment the status badge. We have it here. And there is one more thing that we have to do is to add the pagination buttons. So let's add those. So before we do that, let's add this. And paste the pagination buttons. So we have the previous and the next. And the one-click function is, using the logic to render the next 5 or the previous, 5 list of tasks. And this is going to be dynamic. So based on the items you want to see per page, that is going to, work. If you want to see 10 items per page, you can modify it to work as such. So next, when the user selects a task, we want to show the form that is going to, spin up for the user to select an image and verify the task. So since it's going to be very similar to what we have in the report, this one over here, this side over here, I'm just going to copy the code and explain it line by line. So I have the whole, form and modal here. So we show a modal that says verify collection, upload a photo of collected waste to verify and end your reward. And we can upload the image. And once we upload the image, we call the handle image upload function, which then is going to set the image file to the state. And when the user click on verify, this button here, we call the handle verify method, which is going to, call the Google generative AI function, pass in the prompt and the image to render the verification results for us. And all these are states to display whether we are verifying a collection or not. And if there is a match, we want to show the waste type, whether it being yes or no, the quantity match, and the confidence score. And if we don't have anything or we have a failure, we check if the verification status is equal to failure. We show this error message here. And this is the button to close the modal. So that's going to be all for the collect section. And we are going to test it out. So let's test this out. Back to localhost port 3000. Let's log in. So we have a login account. So we already see the collected task displaying over here. Everything is showing over here, and we can click on start collection. So once we clicked on it, we saw the status updated. So now we have in progress, and I can click on complete and verify. So my modal shows up. I'm going to upload the same image that was used for reporting and click on verify collection. Let's wait for a while. Verification failed. Let's click on it again. So we try till it works. And boom, we have everything worked. So notification shows the token we earned and the verification has been successful. So I'm going to close that. And we have our reward earned. The status has been changed to verified and things are looking great. We also have the balance updated over here. So things are looking very good. So next, let's work on the reward page. This is going to show the reward of the amount of token the user has gained on our platform. Shows the reward balance, the recent transaction, and available rewards. Let's move back here and create the page for rewards. Create page.tsx. This is the reward page, and we have the reward balance here, which says 0 available points. And over here we have the recent transactions that list all the transactions of the user. And we have available rewards here, which now says no reward available at the moment. So we are going to build this page and move to leaderboard. So back to my code editor. So I would have to call the use client, and we are going to import use state and use effect from React. We have use state, use effect from React. And then we are going to import all these icons from Lucid React. So we are going to have the coins icons, the arrow up right, and we have the arrow down right. We have gift, we have alert circle. So the arrow up right and the arrow down right is going to be for the transaction section. And we have the alert circle. We have the loader, all from Lucid React. And we are going to import button from component. We have button from the shard CN component. And we are going to import toast over here. Next, we are going to create a type for transaction and reward. So the type for a transaction is going to be, we're going to have an ID of number, a type. So the type of transaction is going to be either an end report, and collect, and redeem. We're going to have an amount, which is going to be a number, description, a number, a date, going to be a string, and the type for a reward is going to have an ID, a name, cost, description, and a collection info. So we have that over here. So let's export default function rewards page. And here we are going to have these states. You're going to have the user state to store all the user information. We have the balance state, which is going to hold the balance. In this case, this side over here. You're going to have the transaction state, the reward state, and loading state. So let's have them over here. Beautiful. So we have this state created. And next, we are going to create a use effect that is going to fetch the user data and the rewards. So use effect. And we're going to have a constant that is going to be the name of the function. So the function is going to be fetch users, user data, and reward. We have an async, set loading to true. So when you are fetching the user data and rewards, you want to show a spinner. So that is the uses of the set loading to true. And we're going to have our try catch block. And the try catch is going to have a constant. user email equals local storage dot get item. So we are getting the email from the user storage, the local storage, and use that as a parameter for the get user by email function. So we have user email, and we are going to check if there is something coming from the user email. So if user.email, what do? We want to fetch a user. We create a constant for that fetched user, which is going to be await get user by email. We have the user email as an argument. So get user by email. So we have that function here imported from actions. We've already created this. And there is also going to be a check if the fetch user exists. So if you have a fetch user, you want to set user to fetch user. So the data we are getting from the database, you want to get that and create a constant named fetch transaction. So what this is going to do is to get all the reward transactions. So we've already created this function and we just call it from the actions page. And this fetch get reward transaction function accepts a user ID as an argument. So we are going to get the user ID from the fetch user object. So you're going to have .id on the fetch user object. So you're going to provide it over here. Fetch user.id. Awesome. Once we have this, we can set the transaction state. You're going to have set transactions to the fetch transactions. This variable here, and it says there is a missing type. So you want to make this fetch transaction have the type of a transaction that we created over here. This one here. So once we set that to the state, we are going to fetch all the rewards. So you're going to create a constant for fetch rewards. You're going to have await get available rewards. So we have that function created in the actions already. You're going to have fetch user.id. Set reward. So we set the reward to the state. So we have a set reward state that we want to update. So we update that with the fetch rewards. We are going to create a constant calculated balance equals. So this is going to be the variable to hold all the calculated balance so that we can display it at the balance section. So the calculated balance is going to have the fetch transaction. So all the transactions that we are fetching were stored in this variable here. And we are going to use the reduce method. So this reduce method is going to provide for us an accumulator and a transaction. So these are going to be the callback variables. And what do we want to do inside here? We want to return transaction.type.start with. So if the transaction starts with end, we want to add to the accumulator. So accumulator plus transactions.amount. Else, we do the opposite. We subtract from the accumulator. So we have transactions.amount. So we have accumulator minus transaction.amount. So let's make this any to, make sure we get no error. And we are going to make the default variable 0. So if there is nothing coming in, we just want to render 0. And after we are done with this, we want to set the balance state to math to the calculated balance. So this is going to, ensure that we don't have a negative balance. So calculate balance and provide 0 here. So if this doesn't work, if there is no user from this if statement, we are going to throw an error. So we are going to have a toast dot error, and this is going to be user not found. Please log in again. And we are going to have an else clause for this. If there is no user email available, we are also going to toast the same error. It's going to be toast.error. And we have console.error. We're going to provide error, fetching user data and rewards. And we have the error. We log the error first, and then we toast the error. So the toast is going to have something like failed to load rewards data. Please try again. And we have the finally, which is going to be set loading to false. So this is going to run whether we have a success or a failure. So in each of these cases, we want to have the set loading to false. And call the fetch user data and rewards function here. And we provide an empty dependency to this use effect. Next, we are going to have this check here, which is going to load a spanner if we have the loading state set to true. So as I mentioned, the loading state is going to be set to true if, we start fetching the user data and rewards. And as soon as we are done, we set it to false. So when the loading state is true, we want to show this loader. So next, let's return the actual component for the whole, reward section. So this is the div, and we have class name, padding 8, mass width 4XL, and MX auto. So this is for the whole, div of the entire component. And we are going to have our header as usual, which is going to say rewards. Let me have that over here. So with that, we can see something at the reward page. So let's save this and move back to localhost port 3000. Click on rewards. So npm run dev. And move back to this, refresh the page. And boom, we have rewards. Awesome. So things are working and things are starting to take shape. So now, next, we are going to create the actual component for the reward, this card here, and the recent transactions and the available reward. So to do that, back to our code editor. Right after the header, we are going to create a div. And this div is going to contain the styling to show the reward balance. So it's just a div with, this styling here. We are having a border left of green, and we have the text for reward balance. We have a div that display the coin, the balance, and also this subtext over here. So I'll paste that over here and save it. So with this, we can see our balance. So back to localhost port 3000, and boom, we have 64, which is exactly the balance we have left. So things are beginning to look great. Let's work on the recent transaction. So for that section, we are going to create a div that is going to have these class names. For this section, we can see we have two grade here. So we have the recent transaction and the available rewards. They are in a grade form. So we're going to create a div to house these two, sections and create a div for each of them. So the first div is going to be the grade, and the second going to be for this, and the third is going to be for this. So I'll create the main div here. That's going to have a class name, grade, and on the medium screen and upward, we want to have the grade to have two columns. The gap between these grades should be 8. So we have that, and let's create the div for the recent transaction. So we are going to have h2, and the class name is going to be test2l, 2xl, and the font semi-bold, margin bottom 4, test gray 800, and we are going to have the recent transaction test over here. So back to localhost, and we have recent transactions over here. So 2xl, not 2cl, and we have it correctly rendered. So next is going to be the div that is going to have the, display all the transactions. So this div is going to have these class names, and then we are going to loop through all the transactions and display them accordingly. So background height, rounded XL for the whole div, and we also have a shadow MD, overflow hidden. So we just have that, and inside the div, we are going to render all the transactions. So we have the transactions that we stored in the state. We loop through. So we first check .length. So if the transaction .length is greater than 0, we want to show or list all these transactions. So if the transactions .length is 0, we want to have transactions.map. We have transactions. And we have the div here. So this is going to be the div to render all the transactions. So let's give it a key. So the key is going to be transaction.id. So let's make this transaction.id. And the class name is going to be flex, item center, justify between, P4, and border bottom. We are going to have the border to be gray. So these are the styling for the actual cards of the transaction. We have the last border should have, a border bottom of 0. So the border is going to apply to all the section, but the last element is going to have a border of 0. And within this, we are going to have a div, which is going to display the redeem all points, the date, and the arrow here, and also the the points or the actual amount of the transaction. So let me just have this here to suppress the error. Awesome. So this div is going to have a class name, and we are going to have flex item center for that section. And we are going to have a check here. What do we want to check? We want to check if the transaction.type is equal to and report. And report. If that is the case, we want to have different arrow icon. So you're going to use arrow up right, and we are going to have these styles. So since it's an end report, the color is supposed to be green. So you're going to have these classes. And next, we are going to check if the transaction type equals end collect. You're going to have the arrow up right icon with, the same styling. But in this case, the text is going to be blue. And we are going to have this. And finally, so we have this for the transaction type. And we are supposed to have this. So there is a missing, parenthesis here. And else, you want to show an arrow down right icon, which is going to have a text color of red. So that means the user has redeemed a point. That's going to show the arrow down right. So anything other than end report, end collect is going to be a redeem point. You want to have the color, the arrow to be arrow down and the color to be red. And next, we are going to have the div to display the transaction description and the date. So this is going to be the div to do that. And the last div for this section is going to be the span to display the amount, the transaction amount. So you're going to have that. So the section is going to be a span to display the transaction amount. So if it starts with end, it's going to be plus. So plus here. And if anything other than end is going to be negative. So you have negative over here. So if there is nothing inside the transaction table, we want to show no transaction yet. So we have that as well. So the next part we are going to work on is this section here, available rewards, which is going to show all available rewards of the user. So let's work on that. And that's going to be very simple. It's going to be a div. And you're going to have a header that's going to say available rewards. Let's save that and see what you have on the screen. So here we have available rewards over here. And next, we are going to show or loop through all the rewards. So we have a div, and the div is going to have a class name space y. And the rewards.length greater than 0. If the reward.length is greater than 0, meaning we have something coming from the database. If that is the case, we want to do what? We want to render all the available rewards. So we loop through the rewards. So we have rewards.map. And over here, we are going to have a div that is going to show the style for the rewards, right? So I'll just have that. That will be pasted over here. So this div is basically showing the reward name, the cost, the reward collection info, and let's have a button that says redeem all points. So initially, we planned of adding the blockchain section to this video, but that will be a part 2 of this project. So you can have this function, or you can choose to implement it on your own and have the redeem transaction. So the logic behind redeem transaction is to convert the token that the user gets from us into our native cryptocurrency token, right? So that's going to be the main uses of the redeem function. So we have all the redeem buttons here. And if there is nothing coming from the rewards, we want to show no rewards available div. We have that over here. This is going to show no reward available at the moment. And so when we move back to localhost port 3000, we have all the points here, available points. And when we click on this button, nothing happens because we haven't implemented the blockchain section yet. That is going to be part 2 of this tutorial. So we have reward balance, we have recent transaction, available rewards. So without the blockchain, it looks complete, right? It looks complete. So the next thing we are going to work on is the leaderboard. So you don't have the page created yet. So let's go ahead and create that. So back to our code editor. We are going to create a new folder inside the app directory named leaderboard. And that's going to have a page.tsx. So in this leaderboard section here, all we are going to do is to fetch all the users and their rewards and display them in descending order. So it means the user with the highest reward is going to appear first, followed by the second person in that order. So this is going to be a very simple page and component. So we will start by having use client, and we are going to import, use state and use effect from React, and we are going to have these icons from Lucid React. So we are going to have the loader, the award, user, trophy, and crown. And we're going to have toast from, React Hot Toast. So with that imported, so we are going to have a type for a reward. So let's paste that here, which is going to have an ID, user ID, points, level, created at, and username. So this is going to be the type of the reward that we are going to display in this component, and have export default this component. Function, leaderboard, page. And we are going to have this state, the reward state, the loading state, and the user state. So these are going to be the states that are going to handle the rewards, the loading state, and the user state. You're going to have a use effect to fetch reward and users. So this is going to be the state, and what we are doing here is to have this constant named fetch reward and user. So it's an async function. We set the loading to true, and we fetch all rewards. So we are going to use the get all rewards function that we created in the actions file and set the rewards to the state. This set reward state. And also create a constant to get hold of the user email saved in the local storage. We check if the email exists and fetch all users using the get user by email function. Passing the email, we check if the user exists, we set the user state to the fetched user and show a toast if there is an error for this if statement and this if statement. And we catch any error that may happen or occur. And we call this function here, this fetch reward and user. And we provide this use effect with an empty dependency. We are going to return the whole component. So we have this div here, and we are going to have this div with the class name mass width of 3xl, mx auto, and have the header here. Provide the header as leaderboard, h1 as leaderboard. And if there is a loading state, so we are going to check if the loading state is true and spin up or show the spinner. So we are going to show the spinner if the loading state is true. Else, we want to display the leaderboard. So this leaderboard is going to be in a table form, and we are going to have a div, this div here, as the parent div for all the components, or the table for the leaderboard is having a background of white and all these class properties. And inside this div, we are going to have this second div here, which is going to show, a header that displays top performance, and show the trophy icon and show the award icon. Let me save this and show you what I'm talking about. So since we have this page created, we can view it in the localhost port 3000. And there we go, we have this card here. So that's what we just created, this div here. And the second div is going to be a table to list all the top performers in this project. So we have this div here. And within this div, you're going to have a table. The table is going to have this class with full, and we're going to have a table head to display all this. So the table head is going to display the rank, user points, and level. I'll save this and move back. So we have the table header here, rank, user points, and level. And right from the table head, we are going to create the table body. So the table body is just, re-looping through all the rewards. And when we loop through all the reward, we are looping through them in a descending order. So the user with the highest point is going to show first, followed by the second, the third, and so on and so forth. So I'll paste that here. And we have, so this is the table row and the table data for each of the table headers. So for the rank, we want to have this logic. If the index is less than 3, you want to show a crown, because the first 3 top performers are going to have a crown attached or assigned to their name. And the rest are not going to have any crown assigned to their name. And we have this section here to display the user name, reward the user name. We have the user icon here. We show the award icon and show the rewards.point. And we show the reward.level. So let's give this a save and move back to localhost port 3000. Refresh. And we have the top performance over here. So I'm just the only user in this project. So it shows only my name and my rank and the level as well. So that brings us to the end of this tutorial. If this is your first time watching my video, kindly like it, comment and share it to as many people as you can. Until next time, keep on building amazing things.